Today is the woman behind the voice of Bart Simpson. Of course, Nancy Cartwright shared some memories from over 30 years of The Simpsons. And Brian Baumgartner, who played Kevin Malone on The Office, he spoke to us about why fans love The Office so much. And later, Fran Drescher told us why every human should own a pet. And our buddy Leah Remini revealed what she likes to watch. It might surprise some people. All right, that was a good teaser for you. Let's get to today's first item. It's Nancy Cartwright. She might be the most recognizable voice from The Simpsons because she plays Bart Simpson. She's the voice. She's been behind the naughty and rebellious Bart for 30 years in The Simpsons, and she told us what it's been like to be part of such an iconic show.
You know, when I was cast as Bart, it was such a dream come true for me because I think everybody has a little bit of Bart Simpson in him or her, you know, in them. It's true. We all have these personalities. We're such a conglomeration of so many personalities. I describe Bart Simpson as being a 10-year-old school-hating underachiever and proud of it. That was the description that I read in the original audition when I went. And I was supposed to go in for Lisa, but I decided I wanted to do Bart, and he just seemed more interesting than an 8-year-old middle child. His description was so much more clear. So I went in, and Matt Groening was there, and I had an idea in mind, and I said, blah, 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 blah. He's like, oh my God, that's him, that's Bart. And I was hired, boom, on the spot.
Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? I think Bart Simpson's probably got the most catchphrases of anyone. It's, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? Eat my shorts. Get bent. No way, man. Cowabunga. Whoa, mama. I mean, all these things are like, whoa. Score. It's such a hard question to answer about like what's my favorite. It's kind of like asking who's your favorite kid. There's a good handful of episodes that definitely rank up there. Some of my favorites are the musicals. I love the musicals, like Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, you know, that's a really good one because that's that takeoff on Mary Poppins, and Sherry Bobbins is so funny, and the singing of it is just crazy. You know, if you want to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter.
If you wish to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter. Help us with math and book reports.
Might I add, eat my shorts, Bart?
Oh, when Bart gets an F. That's the title of it. It's the first show of the second season, and kind of humbly speaking, I guess, modestly speaking, that one, it got a lot of attention. And it takes Bart, it turns him into, from the first 13 that we did the first season, that episode really shows you a level of Bart Simpson that you had never seen before. And he goes into, he just gets really, really sad. And he's super sincere about how he tried to study. And he starts to cry because he feels like he's going to flunk the 4th grade. And that stands out in my mind.
What's the matter? Well, I would think you'd be used to failing by now.
No, you don't understand. I really tried this time. I really tried.
Early on in the show, it was made very clear to us that the actors are not the stars of the show, that the characters are the stars of the show. And nobody had any problem with that. I don't think anybody had any idea that the show was going to go on, 33 plus years and turn into the icon that it is. But we're all like armpit to armpit, elbow to elbow in one little tiny booth that was not meant for recording in. So we had like moving carpets up on the walls because one big wall was all glass, and when we spoke it would vibrate, so they had to put a carpet in front of it, and we would all share the same microphone, armpit check, and here I am very pregnant. It was a lot of give and take from all of us actors, but it was, I look at that and like, that is such a humble, modest beginning for what came to be, it's pretty cool. When I meet fans, it's like, it's pretty cool because most of the time I'm not recognized. Most of the time I'm just this anonymous celebrity, and it doesn't matter where I am, nobody, because I don't look like him, my skin's not yellow, 9 spikes, I'm not a 10-year-old boy. But I can have more causation over revealing who I really am. And so if it's just a spontaneous thing and I'm talking to somebody and I ask them, so what's your name? And they say, oh, my name's Katie. And I'll say, oh, hi, Katie, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? And it is just like the jaw drops to the ground. And it's equally fun for me. It still is to this day. I love surprising people. And it's kind of a cool thing. It sometimes pops people out of their funk. And isn't that kind of what we need right now? We need some kind of enlightenment. We need some humor, some lightness, some aesthetics. One question that people like to ask me is, why is The Simpsons so successful? How has it lasted this long? And I think it actually doesn't even matter what, this is funny to say this, what decade you look at, because we're in our 3rd decade. That's crazy. But no matter what decade you look at, The Simpsons has a consistency in the business model, in the way that it's done. It's got this family that has its own kind of rules or lack of rules, and they're kind of a nice quote unquote normal family. And I do think they represent a lot of people that can say, wow, that's us. Whether it's The Simpsons or all the citizens of Springfield, it's like people can find things that they can relate to. And that has been such a success, and the tip of the hat to the writers and the executives on the show.
Thanks to Nancy for sharing all those memories with us. Next up, we're revisiting the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company with The Office star Brian Baumgartner.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together. Oh, I'm so happy.
And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. We have Scranton, Pennsylvania on the mind for this next flashback interview. Hard to believe it's been 17 years since the premiere of The Office, the hit TV show about the work lives of paper company employees. Brian Baumgartner played the lovable Kevin Malone and weighed in on why he thinks people still love the show so much.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
I want to eat pigs in a blanket. In a blanket.
Nope, it's not Ashton Kutcher. It's Kevin Malone. Equally handsome, equally smart.
Well, Kevin Malone, how would I describe Kevin Malone? I think Kevin Malone is a man of some unique skills, who is misunderstood in a way. His childlike sensibility fits into the rest of the ensemble of The Office very well. I had such a blast playing him and continue to be delighted by how fans react to him. I do think that of all of the other actors and characters on The Office, I do think that probably I'm the most dissimilar to mine.
My Kleenex shoes were a huge conversation piece, but man, my dogs are barking.
But, you know, look, I loved his ability to be in the moment. I used to say he has no memory of what happened before or any ramifications for what might happen in the future. But in the moment, if he enjoyed a moment, he was willing to show it. Often didn't think too far ahead, but I had a blast playing with him. And you know, our little group in the corner, the accountants, Oscar and Angela and Kevin, I describe it as kind of a perfect comedy triangle.
Well, I need to give my cat up for adoption.
The one who uses the doorbell, or the one with the Mexican hat, or the one with the rain galoshes, or the one that you let go around naked?
Which had nothing to do with us, which had to do with the writers and the construction of the characters. But the way that the alliances kept shifting, their specific personalities and how they played off of each other was so much fun to do for almost a decade. I think for me now, my favorite episode would have to be Stress Relief, otherwise known as the Dwight's fake fire drill.
Oh, here's a door. Check that one out. How's the handle?
It's warm. Okay, go to the back door.
Another option. Jeez. Okay, settle down, everyone.
And I think, you know, for me now, there's so many great episodes, but I think for me, what was happening outside of the show carries special significance for me as well. So I think it's a hilariously funny, well-written episode.
I saw a friend today, it had been a while. We forgot each other's names.
A lot of things spring to mind thinking about the finale. I basically shot the show my 30s. My whole 30s was dedicated to being together, which is high school and college, and then 2 more years, spending a lot of time with those people. So, you know, it was really knowing that whatever happened, the friendships would be there, relationships would remain, but we wouldn't be spending 60 to 70 hours a week together anymore. And that was going to be a huge change for us. So a huge feeling of loss, but also tremendously proud of the journey that we had and the fact that we chose to end it. We had a story that we wanted to tell, and we made sure that we got that story in and told it, you know, largely with the original people who were cast. I mean, I don't think anyone who was on the show could have ever guessed that the show would end up becoming what it has become today. I mean, we almost made a pilot and was never on the air. And then, you know, the fact that an audience picked up on it, I always knew what we were doing was special if people gave it a chance. I just thought, well, people aren't going to give it a chance. So I'm tremendously proud of the show. As I say to people, I'm a fan of the show and love watching it, and I'm so proud to have been a part of it. You know, in examining through this book that I have coming out, Welcome to Dunder Mifflin, you know, one of the things that we are looking at is why the show has not just survived, but has thrived 8 years after we have filmed anything. And I think that it's really about the people. It's really about the construction of the idea and the aesthetic of the show that was so really revolutionary and groundbreaking at the time, but the hiring of the specific actors to play the roles and the writing staff that was brought in, which are now the top comedy writers in television today. You know, it was just a special and unique collection of people led by Greg Daniels, who, you know, created the show, and his genius in finding the perfect people for their job. That's really why I think.
What a classic. We love that show in our house. Hope you enjoyed that one. Office fans, it was for you. Coming up, we've got nanny star Fran Drescher sharing the key to easing her anxiety. It happens to be her furry friend.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Did you know that Fran Drescher is a huge dog lover? She's even had a famous dog of her own. Get this, Chester, that's the dog on The Nanny, was actually Fran's real-life dog. She told us all about that and how her pets have shaped her life in this episode of our series, My Pet Tale.
I starred on The Nanny, and I wrote a part for my first dog ever, Chester Drescher.
Oh, Chester, I haven't seen you in such a long time.
Nanny, fine, please. He doesn't like strangers.
Chester was an amazing dog because he was extremely consistent in his behavior. We knew what he would do under certain circumstances, so we wrote towards that. And that was why every time, Cece Babcock grabbed him away from me, we knew that he would growl.
Oh, how thoughtful.
So we always had her do that.
You need some time to get used to you. I mean, you can't expect a dog to just jump into your arms and love you at first sight.
Mr. Sheffield. Oh, you got her a puppy? Oh, how sweet. Oh, look how friendly he is.
And it was great working with him because he was always on the set anyway. I'm always of the camp must love dogs. I have a dog now, Angel Grace, and I rescued her just days before lockdown, and then she rescued me. And for the first couple of months of our relationship at my house, it was just her and me. I don't think she really knew what was happening, but all of a sudden, it was just the two of us for a couple of months, and so it really did bond us. And we're very, very close now, and she's 3 years old, and I travel with her, and she's my service animal, so I'm just very grateful to have the first big dog I've ever had. And, she gives me added security and helps me through situations that sometimes would otherwise make me anxious. She's kind of different shades of white and bone, and I thought she was so loving when I met her at the rescue place and so sweet that I said, are you an angel? Did Samson send you to me? And Samson was the dog that sadly had died just days earlier from a stroke. I said, are you an angel? Is that your name? And it just seems suitable to her because she is such an angel. She is definitely a big part of the family. She's got all these other mothers who come and take care of her if I have to go out of town and I can't take her with me. Dog is God spelled backwards, and I think that dogs are here to teach us unconditional love, to remind us that there's room in our hearts to love another, even if you've loved and lost. And I think that every human should experience unconditional love. It's just a bond between two species that really is unparalleled. I just, couldn't live without having a canine to love and care for and feel loved by and share my bed with. Just be there as a friend and a companion and company. They're wonderful company. In fact, as a cancer survivor, I always tell other people recently diagnosed, make sure your pet sleeps in the bed with you, because at night is when your imagination and fear starts to run wild because you don't have the distractions of the day. And if you don't have a pet, get one.
Well, it's really nice to hear people's pet stories. They mean so much. All right, still to come, Leah Remini breaks down her must-watch list.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together? Oh, I'm so happy.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together? Oh, I'm so happy.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And welcome back. We absolutely love learning more about our friend Leah Remini. When she can't fall asleep, she turns to one particular show, and it just might surprise you. She spoke to us for our What I Watch series.
When I have to fall asleep, when I can't fall asleep, I put on Forensic Files. Don't know why. Listening to stories, people being murdered, gets me to sleep. That's probably, a psychologist would probably have an answer.
It was a delivery he never expected.
The older version of Forensic Files, the guy's voice, it's so soothing. And he's like, and then they found her decapitated. Something about the guy's voice. I don't know what it is. What I watch when I need comfort food is a reality show. Pick any one, Housewives of any state, or I watch a Love Island, or I watch Below Deck, basically Bravo. What I love about reality shows in general is that I just feel like it takes me away, like it's a mind vacation. I find myself not multitasking in my brain, like when I'm watching something that's newsworthy. I start to think about all the things I need to do in my life, things I'm not doing right. I think I should be a better daughter, a better mother, a better this, a better aunt, a better sister, But when I watch reality shows, it's almost like my mind is suspended. It is literally frozen. And I mean, the picture I get of myself while I'm watching reality shows is just kind of drool coming, but it isn't. But that's what I picture myself doing because it's so mind numbing. My daughter Sophia got me onto Love Island, but only UK versions. Like, we find that to be the better versions of Love Island. It's a little riskier. So I really tend to go to those, or like I'll watch a marathon of like Say Yes to the Dress. It's the not having to think about changing the channel or, so it's usually if I see there's 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons of something, I'm in, because then somehow I like fall asleep and then I'm like, wait, how'd I get on season 4? And it's just anything that has multiple seasons. What I watch that might surprise people, I don't know that what I watch might surprise people. I do watch a lot of documentaries. I don't know that that's surprising to people, but when people talk about documentaries, they're like, you probably haven't seen this. I'm like, seen it. Like, I'll watch a documentary on flies. Like, I just love documentaries. It doesn't really matter what it is. I just love real stories.
Sitting here in traffic on the Queensboro Bridge tonight.
I didn't need to prepare for the King of Queens because I am Carrie. There's no need for me to prep. Oh, she's a girl from Brooklyn married to a neighborhood guy who has a crazy father in her basement. Like, there was nothing I needed to prep for. I knew the character. I know the character very well. But you know what's funny about the King of Queens is that I remember our producers, when I first got the role, we did a pilot and our executive producer was like, why are you wearing makeup? And I was like, first of all, have you been to a borough in New York? Like, you know what I mean? Like Queens, Brooklyn. The idea of what a borough, was like, they don't get their nails done, they don't wear makeup. And I was like, first of all, everything from a borough, like I'm from Bensonhurst. Don't tell me, like, I didn't have a lot of money growing up, but my stuff was coordinated. Like my outfits were matching the shirt, back in my day, it was matching your shirt with your socks and like everything was color coordinated. So like the idea of what somebody from New York is like was so off. And I was like, no, this girl gets her nails done, this girl gets her hair done, this girl, like, because this girl is me. So we're not doing sweatpants and I go, and by the way, if we wear sweatpants, it's color coordinated. What I watched when I did a good cry, oh God. Terms of Endearment, The Notebook, Steel Magnolias. It's about friendships, it's about family, it's about losing people that you love. I mean, it's just, and The Notebook just kills me. Every time. There's not a time. And then Moulin Rouge. I know that sounds crazy, but I cry every time. Every time she dies. Every time. I've seen it 56 times, probably just in the last year. It's a Wonderful Life. Every holiday, crying. Every time. Every time. What I watch with my family is anything my daughter wants to watch. It's not done by votes or even what her parents would want to watch, because as they get older, they have their own rooms, they have their own computers, they can watch whatever they want to watch. So if my daughter says, I want to watch such and such with you guys, I'm like, okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever she wants to watch, I'm like, I will watch.
Thanks to Leah for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Well, there you have it. That was today's Pop Star Plus. Thanks for being here and join us again tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye.
This morning in our series Grit, an athlete who is pushing the boundaries of what's possible on a skateboard. NBC's Kathy Park is joining us this morning with his story. Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Chanel, good morning to you. His name is Justin Bishop, and in his 20s, he lost his sight due to a rare eye disorder. And ever since then, life took some unexpected turns.
There is something that all skaters have, this bond, this crazy love for this wooden toy that we all get, that other people don't understand. So the minute you have that love, you're in our club.
As a young boy, Justin Bishop didn't know how hard it would be to leave that club when a degenerative eye disease would eventually claim his sight as an adult.
And it wasn't until I was 25 where I had this pretty bad progression where a lot of my central vision left, things just became blurbs and shadows, almost within a week period.
And how did that affect you mentally and emotionally?
That time was a bad time. I spent a lot of time in my room drinking, just trying to, ignore it or just deal with it. I think a lot of it was grieving. Yeah, it wasn't until about a month and a half later where my dad was just like, we gotta get up and go. You gotta figure out life again.
And that meant getting back to the basics.
What did you have to relearn?
Had to learn mobility and orientation training with my cane. The confidence was one of the hardest things. Leaving your house when you're blind is it's frightening.
Gaining that independence again was hard enough. Skateboarding took even more time and patience.
I define myself as a blind individual, and my own definition of what blind people could do was limiting. And so I loved skateboarding with all my heart, and I just didn't want it to hurt my feelings again. So I actually avoided skateboarding for a while.
What did it look like the first go around when you decided to get back on it again?
Yeah, there's a lot of falls, but I even missed falling. I missed all of that.
Justin says he spent hours upon hours falling and failing.
There's just a lot in here that my brain and body wanted to do that I just physically couldn't do on my skateboard at the time.
Instead of giving up, he became an adaptive skater, leaning on his senses.
So this is an audible marker. It gives me a good 2-foot radius of what to aim for or what not to aim for.
Tools to feel out the ramp and muscle memory.
That's my walking one. It's a marshmallow tip. This is a larger marshmallow tip with a roller on it. And then that's my normal one that I skate with a larger ball tip.
Justin returned to competing, joining an elite group of roughly 40 adaptive skaters in the U.S. He even placed first last year at a national skateboarding event.
Did you even realize that could be an option for you to do this professionally?
No, not at all, which is one of the mind-blowing surprises.
And show the world what you can do.
His grit got noticed. His story featured in a Ruffles commercial narrated by LeBron James.
Today's world is looking past my cane. They're looking past the sunglasses and they're just seeing another athlete.
Equipped with a growing platform and an extended support system, including his wife Carol, Justin skates to encourage others like him to drop in at a skate park.
And then a kick and push. Whoa. Being visually impaired, we have to work harder than the average human. Just to get on a bus correctly, just to, get to your house, get to your mailbox. And if we could work harder for those things, we can work harder in the sports or the passions we love.
Justin says skating put his life into focus on his journey back into a unique club.
And so it made me Justin again. I'm not blind anymore, I'm Justin. I'm a skater.
Just an incredible story. As you know, the Paralympics are happening right now in Beijing, and Justin's goal is to have adaptive skating at the Games in 2028. And he also tells me there are roughly 10 adaptive skaters like him who are visually impaired. And just like any other elite athlete, there's a whole lot of training involved. He says he trains roughly 4 to 6 hours each and every day at skate parks like this.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This morning, we are going to introduce you to a unique sisterhood, redefining what it means to be a family.
I had a chance to talk with 4 women who, amid the pandemic, divorces and loss, found healing and happiness by taking a house-sized leap of faith.
At any given moment, I have people I can talk to, laugh with. We do a lot of laughing.
Karen Hopper, Leandra Nicola, Holly Harper, and Jen Jacobs all say they found their dream home here in Tacoma Park, Maryland. But for them, it's not just about location, it's about living together, kids and all.
They go out and practice their flips on the trampoline, and it's just the most fun.
The idea for this full house came from Holly and Heron, close friends who went through divorces at the same time.
Holly and I really just said, why not? We were in individual apartments. We were kind of tired of paying rent and dealing with the logistics of being single parents.
My marriage ended, and then I had a couple of really significant losses. And then in early 2020, my dad died. Just like my life was burned to the ground. And so I could turn to Heron and say, I literally have nothing left. Let's just do this.
They started searching, finding the perfect house on day 1 and closing in June of 2020. They just needed more people to share it with.
I posted in the neighborhood listserv, hey, 2 single moms bought this house. You know, we have a basement unit for rent. Leandra messaged right away and said, I want in.
Leandra, tell me about that decision then.
Part of just trying to find a way to have a stable place to live as a single mom, and then had all the perks of this amazing built-in support system.
Then Holly and Heron's friend, Jen, also moved in.
The pandemic had been, 6 months into it, and I was just not feeling in a good place and just feeling really cut off. And then finally, in October of 2020, that was my decision, I gotta get out.
So how is the place set up? Do you each have your own kitchen and bathrooms?
It's a 4-unit building, so there's a front door, and from there you access directly sort of Holly's unit. Upstairs is mine, and then on top of mine is Jen's. And then you can go to the basement and access Leandra's.
The 4 split the cost of household expenses and hold monthly meetings to talk business or about any conflicts, which they say are rare.
This is probably a loaded question, but for those of us who are married, we're like, oh, how does that work? Sometimes I'll joke with my husband that I need a wife. I need somebody to help me.
You do.
I just need,
Come on. The simplest example is every Monday night is garbage night, and only probably once a month do I do it because someone else has done it, and it's like, oh my God, I live with women.
Well, they say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village, right?
I hang out with their children, then they'll hang out with mine.
I can just say, hey, I'm going to go for a run, and there's always a grown-up on site.
They've even given their home a name. Siren House, after the mythical female creature.
Siren is a form of sort of feminist power. We're building a community that we sort of have the siren song, so we bring people together.
Case in point, Leandra and Jen.
They fell in love. And now they're together.
It's true.
Wait, is this for real? Seriously?
Yeah.
Yes. So one night I was hanging out. I'm not going to tell the whole thing. I was just saying one night.
Can I go on the record and please have the movie rights to this true love story?
Not only that, the women also helped Leandra open a cafe nearby called Main Street Pearl.
To be in a place where you can like really trust the people around you who are gonna always have you, it's like that is something that I didn't know I could ever have, so.
Is there anything you want people to know about what you've learned from this experience?
You can do whatever you want. Burn the rule book of life and just look at it differently.
I love that you guys are living fearlessly.
I think that the big takeaway for me is that there is sort of unconditional love. I could be my worst self, I could be my best self. They see me for who I am, and it's all okay.
Wow.
So Holly and Heron said they've actually invested in another house, because I was like, this seems like an idea for, like, look, I had a single mom for a while, and she probably could have, and here's the thing, they have their own kitchen, their own door, you're just in the same unit. So the kids have almost like cousins now.
But I also think when our moms and our mother-in-laws come into town, we're like, we have a wife here.
Exactly.
It's so nice to just have extra women, no offense, but they get stuff done.
I said, does it ever get tough? And she said, well, sometimes when they all end up in your kitchen,
right,
and all the kids are there, you know,
So
you're
you
like,
said
go back to your house.
They're getting another house?
So they're going to invest in another house, and they hope to create a similar home for more women. Like, I think it's a model. If you want to know more, you can check out our new American Family series. It's on today.com. But, you know, listen, you split the bills.
Yes, that's cool. That's cool.
The built-in babysitter. There's
that
always
good
an
stuff.
adult
Kids
there.
have cousins,
But it seems like it only works, though, if you've got the right mix of people.
For sure.
You have to get along.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Now to a story that's going to make you feel good today and all weekend long. And it's all set in the small town of Glenville, Georgia.
That's where a special new boutique recently opened its doors, and its heart to make sure that every child feels loved. Take a look.
With the population fewer than 5,000, Glenville, Georgia isn't typically making national news. But that all changed when Linda Durrance opened the doors to a new store.
Blossom is a free boutique for fostered, adopted, and less fortunate children.
And while the store opened in February, the idea for Blossom was planted many years prior.
In December of 2016, we lost our oldest daughter in a car wreck. After she died, we made up our minds that we would love without conditions.
A year later, the Durrances met a trio of foster sisters attending their church.
My girls came to me and was like, Mama, Daddy, y'all got to do something. They're going to be separated. So Mark and I told them we would pray about it.
And a few weeks later, 13-year-old Juanita and 17-year-old Princessa moved in with the Durrance family on a trial basis.
They came with a black trash bag that maybe was a quarter of the way full. with clothes that didn't fit them.
I just felt empty, like I wasn't worth anything. Just feeling empty with like a trash bag and not like feeling like we're worth it, you know?
So the first thing that we did is we went shopping, because while they were with us, they were not going to feel like they were less than.
I had a glow on my face because I never really been into a store and like got what I wanted, you know? It just felt really good to experience that.
Before long, Linda and Mark were considering what life might look like if the girls stayed permanently.
He looked at me. He said, "Baby, I knew the day they walked in this house that they were not going to be leaving."
In May 2019, Linda and Mark officially adopted Princesa and Juanita.
I'm just very grateful. I mean, just having a mom here and having a real dad that cares about us.
My whole life I always dreamed of being loved, and I never thought that that moment would come true. And they make sure to kiss us goodnight and give us hugs every night before we go to sleep. And it makes me very happy.
And while their older sister Chelsea had aged out of the foster care system, she too became an official part of the family.
I was older, but I still needed love. No matter how old you are, no matter what age you are, you need that love.
But even with a full house, Linda could not keep one image out of her mind.
The Lord kept the trash bag in my heart. Blossom began in my heart then.
So in February 2022, the Durances opened up Blossom, a nonprofit donor-based boutique where kids in need can shop for free clothes.
Hello, this is Princessa. Thank you for calling Blossom.
Blossom Boutique provides 7 full sets of clothing every quarter. The age range is from infant through high school and even college if it's necessary.
We didn't have a lot of clothes when we were growing up. Just having clothes on your body makes you feel like a person.
Last week, this girl came in. She was in foster care too, and she had this biggest smile on her face. And she was just like running everywhere, like getting stuff that she wanted. And I was like, it blessed my heart that we can do that for other people when we didn't get that treatment until we got adopted, you know?
Do a 5T. Like a 5T.
Here at Blossom, we provide more than clothing. We provide a hug. We provide a smile. We develop relationships with people that come in here.
Oh, look at that. That's so cute. Look at that.
If there is anybody out there that is thinking about coming in but think they may be judged or treated any type of way, don't feel that way. When you walk in this door, they just treat you just like themselves, like a human being.
With Blossom, the Durances plan to continue making an impact by serving as an inspiration to others.
If God can plant Blossom in this small little town in Glenville with 2 traffic lights, I hope people all over the world plant their own version of Blossom to take care of these kids.
Oh my gosh, aren't they so awesome?
Wow.
They're making such a difference in those kids' lives.
That's a beautiful, beautiful story.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And on our Women's History Month, we've been celebrating greatness, and today we want to shine a light on two women who serve our nation at its highest levels.
And Donna, lucky you got to sit down with them.
I know, ladies, this was such an honor because these two women are making history. For the first time ever, the FEMA and U.S. fire administrators are both women.
Wow.
And since they started their careers as firefighters, I decided to put on some bootstraps and give it a try.
At the New York City Fire Academy, I suit up and learn firsthand what it takes to become a firefighter. It was intense and grueling, and success took a lot of heart, determination, and drive. And for the first time in history, it's an all-female cast leading our government's fire and emergency management. At the top, former firefighter, U.S. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, the first woman in history to be confirmed to the top spot. And leading the country's fire service is U.S. Fire Administrator Dr. Lori Moore Morrell. I sat down with the two leading ladies at the New York City Fire Museum.
I am sitting across from history right now.
I think the grit that it took for both of us to get to this level makes it very exciting.
It's an absolute honor to represent women at the highest level of emergency management.
Deanne was unanimously confirmed to her position last April, but her career started 27 years prior. As a single mother, she was the 6th female firefighter in Aurora, Colorado.
When I went to take the test, there was about 1,000 people in the room, and I sat at a table with all men who kept telling me, oh, this is such a hard career. You know, this is my 10th year of trying to get on, or really trying to dissuade me. And I almost left, but I had confidence. And I'm like, nope, this is the job that I want to pursue. And out of the 1,000 people, I ended up coming in number 11.
Do you remember that exact feeling in that moment?
I do. I remember getting the letter in the mail, and I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe this. I can't believe I almost left.
Dr. Moore Morrell joined the Memphis Fire Department in 1987 and was faced with resistance in and out of the firehouse.
I was the 6th woman hired in Memphis in that class, and my parents were not very happy about that because it wasn't one of the paths that they thought was appropriate. So for a while, you know, literally cut off for a bit.
Would you say that you had to work twice as hard as your male colleagues?
In some regard, I would say yes. I literally would be in meetings and the only woman in the room for many, many years. And you have a statement to make and nobody hears you. And yet, literally, someone sitting beside you, male, says the exact same thing, and all of a sudden it's a great idea. And those kinds of things, unfortunately, still happen.
What would you like your legacies to be?
I think my legacy is about opportunity, taking sometimes personal risk to get there, and inspiring that level of confidence in others.
We had no idea this would happen for us, and yet it did. And so, dream big and prepare.
Hi, Nicole. Hi, Donna.
Inspired, I kept those words at heart as FDNY firefighter Nicole Malpeso put me through an actual 14-event training course.
Big pull, got to get that up, good job. I got my name on the helmet. I haven't earned it, but I'm grateful to have it.
I carried 50 pounds of gear while climbing 5 flights of stairs.
Oh, wow.
This is only the beginning of it. There's 14 events total.
Did we get a water break?
Rescued 160-pound dummies.
Come on, buddy.
Did hose pull after hose pull.
Good, only a few more.
But things got really heated after crawling through small, dark spaces.
I can't. You can. I can. Okay. That took a lot out of me. Oh, man. That is very difficult.
And I finished the course by breaching a ceiling.
Don't be afraid to, generate power.
I have no more power.
When it got tough, I thought of Deanne and Lori and found my confidence.
All right, you're done. That's it.
Expectations blown away. That was one of the most, if not the most challenging things I've ever done.
You kind of have two names, right?
My name is Jennifer, or Miss Jennifer, as well as the book lady.
Why the book lady?
Because I've given away 91,900 books in the last almost 5 years.
Jennifer Williams is not your average elementary school teacher. For more than 30 years, her passion for reading and writing can be seen throughout her classrooms and community, even on display within letters her class wrote to my grandfather as he was leaving the White House in 1993.
So some of these are hilarious. Dear Mr. Bush, we saw a picture of the White House. It is big. Do you have a cleaning lady?
But it's her fierce determination to get 1 million books to students, to adults, to any reader that has endeared her to so many.
How come you have such a lofty goal?
I know personally the value of reading, the ability to read, the magic of stories. I wanted to make sure that my little town has books.
Jennifer's love for literature began early. Her mom was a school librarian and read to her kids every single day until they went to college. When Jennifer became a teacher and started working with children, she recognized immediately what a difference reading makes.
There's no denying, as a teacher, I can spend 5 minutes with a kid I've never met before. And when you talk to them, the way they carry themselves, the way they answer questions, there's a very different countenance between a child who has ready access to books or just, someone to share stories with them versus someone who doesn't.
When tutoring students, they'd beg to keep the books she'd read to them. Recognizing their need, she started giving books to every child, every time. To this day, the mission Miss Jennifer lives by: no one who wants a book leaves without one. From novels left by neighbors to spending thousands of her own money for more stories. Danville's book lady makes sure little free libraries never go empty, school bookshelves are filled, and even keeps books in her car in case she meets a new friend. Jennifer also started the Second Chance Book Club at the Danville City Jail for women. 2 years in, the club is on its 59th book.
And why did you title it the Second Chance Book Club?
I think by the time you end up in jail, most people have already told you what you've done wrong. I wanted them to always feel like there was always a second chance.
Here's to 30,000 more.
Jennifer has chronicled her journey to 1 million books in a Facebook group she calls Joy of Reading. And by the looks of it, the book lady has no plans of slowing down anytime soon.
You have calculated how long it'll take you to donate 1 million books.
At my current rate, I will be 92.
But you're not gonna stop.
I'm not. I'm not going to stop as long as I can do it.
Wow.
How amazing
It's
is
amazing.
she?
Okay, guys, joining us live from her school in Chatham, Virginia. Can we say good morning to Mrs. Jennifer Williams?
Good morning.
Oh, and a couple
Okay,
hundred
Maureen.
of the students and teachers at Chatham
Morning.
Elementary.
How
Mrs.
cool.
Williams, kids, good morning.
That's awesome.
Mrs. Williams, you were talking about your mom and how she inspired you. She passed away. But what do you think she would be thinking in this moment, looking at you and all this success?
I really, really hope that she would be proud. I hope that she would know that what she started in me keeps going through me to other people.
I love you. We had such a bond, and you know
Thank
what?
you.
We want to celebrate you. We can't just share your story without helping in some way, so we have a couple surprises.
Let's do it.
Okay, so we know that you love to stock those little free libraries, am I right, Mrs. Williams?
Yes.
Okay, well,
Yes.
guess what? When we told your story to the nonprofit organization, they thought you should have your own little free library. Kids, can you reveal the library?
What?
There it is.
Yay! Yay! Look at that!
I hope you
Surprise!
Surprise.
Cool!
Mrs. Williams,
That's
the
exciting.
flag reads
Go read the
Jennifer
flag.
Williams Library, AKA the Book Lady. What do you think?
Thank you.
You like it?
I love it. I love it.
Awesome.
Yes,
Okay,
it's
well,
great.
Mrs. Williams, that's not it, okay? Penguin Random House heard about your story, and they also want to contribute to your goal. So Principal Wanda Carter is there to help us with the next part. Take it away, Dr. Carter.
Oh, all right, kids. We're going to count back. 3, 2, 1. Wow.
That's a lot of books. Even for a book lady, Penguin has donated 10,000 books to Little Free Library. 1,200 are for you to continue to stock those libraries around town, and they're sending around 8,800 more to Little Free Library to be distributed nationwide. So now your goal to help folks across the country is complete. That's over $130,000 worth of books. And by the way, I don't know if you can do the math. You're incredible. You do math fast. Guess what? That makes your milestone of 100,000 books donated.
Do you want to see what it looks like? Okay. Here's the big reveal.
That is huge.
Huge, right?
That's way bigger than the baby. Huh?
Welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. In this Today All Day series, I'm looking back at some of my favorite Cooking with Cal recipes and sharing my top kitchen tips. Today, it's all about the Bake Ahead brunch. As a busy parent, I love anything that I can make ahead of time, and breakfast is no exception. First up, it's my classic cinnamon buns. Calvin loves these cinnamon buns because, well, who doesn't love cinnamon buns? I think he realizes that it's a special treat that we don't get every morning. I mean, it's something besides cereal or oatmeal or something healthy. These are kind of a dessert for breakfast, and they're totally worth it. For this recipe, you'll need warm milk, yeast, sugar, eggs, melted butter, flour, cinnamon, and salt. And for the best part, the homemade icing, you'll need cream cheese, butter, powdered sugar, and vanilla.
You've never made this recipe before, but I'm positive when you test it, you are going to love it. Okay, first things first, we have to warm up the milk because the milk just came out of the fridge and it's really cold. Now, can you pour this into here? Let me move it a little closer.
Sorry, I can't reach that far.
Right. We'll pour it in there. So instead of using regular yeast, we're gonna use instant yeast. So we don't have to wait like 9 months for it to rise, okay? Careful, this is the melted butter. Okay, sprinkle in the sugar. A little salt. All right, so now we need an egg and a yolk from an egg. Okay.
That's a pop.
So now let's pop this off. I'm gonna sprinkle in some flour, okay? Is it getting harder and harder?
Yeah. What's that for?
This is, remember how you just said the dough is getting hard to work with? Mm-hmm. We're gonna let this dough hook do all the work. So when we leave this here for an hour, the dough is gonna rise and fill up the whole bowl. It's gonna grow.
With this top, what do we do with that?
It just helps keep the dough nice and warm. I'll see you back here in an hour. Do you want to see what it looks like? Okay, here's the big reveal.
That is huge.
Huge, right?
That's way bigger than the baby. Huh?
What do you think, Ollie? Are we doing a good job?
What is that? The dough. Oh, that's what we did.
Whoa, it's nice and warm, right? Good job. Oh, it's nice and tight. Soft. Awesome. I see you, Ollie. Don't they look so pretty? Mm-hmm. I'm expecting these will be delicious. All right, let's wait 45 minutes and then we'll put them in the oven. Pull this off, big reveal. Oh, baby, these look delicious. Okay, let's make the frosting.
Actually so yummy.
Actually so yummy. Should we check out this bun in the oven?
Yeah.
Ooh, baby. Spread this all over. Can we share it?
Why?
Because it's huge. Oh, that is good.
Before we get to the next recipe, let's answer a viewer question from Instagram. How did you teach Cal how to crack eggs? That's a very good question. I would say a lot of patience. Okay. That first egg that your child cracks is going to squish in his hands or her hands and get all over the place. So I recommend always cracking one egg into a little bowl off to the side. Don't do it right over the main mixture because you're going to need to pick out a lot of those shells. Teach them to just make a little crack and then they'll stick their fingers in the hole.
Do your thumbs and then pull it apart. Okay.
Just get to that point. You're still gonna have a lot of shells, but eventually they'll be able to stick their finger in the hole and peel it open like that. And eventually they sort of just understand how the whole shell thing works. But patience, you're gonna need a lot of patience and a lot of extra bowls.
Good crack. Nice, buddy. You are getting so good at this.
Okay, let's answer another question from Instagram. How old was Cal when you started cooking with him? I think Calvin was almost 2 because I remember one of the first things I started cooking with him were holiday cookies. So his birthday is in the middle of December, so it was leading up to Christmas time. And I put this awesome stool right next to me that got him, almost as tall as I was. And he just watched me bake these and I let him do whatever I thought he can do. And I let him make a mess. That's what kids are going to do at first. They're going to make such a mess. Flour is going to get everywhere. Eggshells are going to get everywhere. But I mean, you can clean up a mess and it's fun. And the more they do it, the better they get and the cleaner they'll be. And when they're nice and young, they like to help clean up too. So that's always good to put them to work. When we come back, Bake Ahead Brunch continues with my blueberry buckle. It's my fancy way of adding a fruity twist to a classic crumb cake.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back with more Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal, and today is all about the simple ways Calvin and I take brunch to the next level. Next up, it's another of my favorite breakfast treats. We call it blueberry buckle. I, to be honest, have no idea what a blueberry buckle is. It came from my husband's family, and he always said his grandmother made the best blueberry buckle. When I saw it, I'm like, oh, it's just like a coffee cake with blueberries. I can make that. And I didn't know what else to call it, so I just kept calling it blueberry buckle. Must be a New England thing. For the cake, you'll need flour, cornstarch, salt, ginger powder, baking powder, egg, vanilla, sugar, blueberries, of course. And for the crumble topping, you'll need cinnamon, salt, brown sugar, and butter.
Are you ready to help? I normally make this recipe with cake flour. It's a little bit lighter and it makes it a little more fluffier. You can't always find cake flour, or sometimes you just don't have it. So I'm going to show you a trick using all-purpose flour and cornstarch. The trick is to make cake flour out of all-purpose flour. You take a cup of flour, remove 2 tablespoons of that flour, and then add in 2 tablespoons of cornstarch. So we just made cake flour. Cool, huh? We need 1 teaspoon of baking powder, half a teaspoon of salt. Okay, and we need a half a teaspoon of
ginger.
Okay, while you do that, I'm going to put the butter in here.
I'm ready.
Okay, ready? Count with me. We need 3 of these. Awesome!
Yummy. Smell it. Tell me when I can eat it.
Oh, I'll tell you when you can eat it. Okay, can you pour this egg in there?
Smells good.
Awesome.
I'm doing it.
I love the smell of vanilla.
Yum.
So good. Oh, thanks, baby. Get this one over here. Just to like the 4. Nice. Okay.
Tell me when can I taste it?
Okay.
Can I taste it?
Not yet.
Why?
Okay, we're gonna put in 3 cups of blueberries.
Can I taste it?
3 generous cups of blueberries.
That's a lot of blueberries.
It looks like a lot of blueberries, but they are just gonna cook down, make the whole cake purple. It's gonna be so juicy. So now the best part, the topping. Wanna help? Okay, so we need a teaspoon of cinnamon, some salt.
It's gonna take a very long time.
Half a cup of brown sugar.
Can I taste it? Yummy.
Yummy. Packed brown sugar.
Yeah. What's that? Is that the topping?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the best part?
I think it might be. Yummy. Stand back.
Is it ready?
Let's find out.
Yeah! Yeah. It's ready. That makes me happy.
Let's get to some of the questions you had for me on Instagram when I posted this recipe. Amanda asked, can this be made with frozen blueberries? And to be honest, I've actually never made it with frozen blueberries. I tend not to like frozen blueberries all that much. I feel like they don't have as much flavor. They tend to be kind of watery and small. So I think this is really something I eat seasonally. I don't really cook it throughout the year, and it's really just that height of blueberry season when you get those big, juicy blueberries. I just find it tastes so yummy. And Pammy asked, can you use other fruit? I'm sure you can. I'm not a big experimenter. Once I try something for the first time, I kind of just stick with it, and I know this is my blueberry buckle recipe, or this is my apple crisp recipe. And I never try to work in other fruit, but I bet it would taste delicious with strawberries. I bet peaches would kind of taste really good in there. So you'll have to try it for me and let me know what you think. For these recipes and more Cooking with Cal, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
Let's see how fast I could cut these.
No, that's terrible.
I'm Bella James, and this is Kids in the Kitchen. My name is Isabella, and I'm in 2nd grade, and I'm 7 years old. When I first started to cook, I was 4 years old, and the first thing I ever made was scrambled eggs. My mom taught me how to cook. Some of my favorite Jamaican dishes that I make with my mom are cow foot, brown stewed chicken, curry goat, curry chicken. Cow foot is a Jamaican dish that my mom makes that I absolutely love. I think Grammy Pearl used to make cow foot. My great-great-grandma had a restaurant in Jamaica. Everyone in my family loves to cook, so that's why I like to cook for everyone in my family. I have my own lemonade business, and it's called Sunshine Lemonade. Some of the things I like to do are to play Roblox with my friends, playing outside in the treehouse with my sister. Well, anything to get out to have fun, really. I'm also a Girl Scout, and I love to ride my bike. Today I'm so excited because today we will be making my upside down pineapple cake and my sunshine lemonade. What I love most about it is it's not too sugary, and we also put applesauce instead of eggs for people who are vegan. This is what you need to get started. Some cooking spray, some coconut oil, brown sugar, pineapple slices, and maraschino cherries. I think maraschino cherries is a funny name. I think it might be French. You're going to need a 9-inch pan, some parchment paper. Then you're going to put it at the bottom of the pan. Now you want to spray the sides with some cooking spray. Now, what you are going to want to do is you're going to get your coconut oil, pour it at the bottom, but make sure it is melted coconut oil so the cake can come out nice and moist. Now we are going to get our brown sugar, pinch and sprinkle the coconut oil and the sugar. It's going to make a nice caramel taste when it's done. Yep, you have to use the whole thing. I want something really sweet today. We want something really sweet today. No more vegetables. No more vegetables. Today we deserve a treat. Now you are going to want to grab the pineapple, put it in the center, and I'm going to make a flower design. And then, now I'm going to put another pineapple right there. Pineapple right there. Whew. Okay. And then, I'm going to put it right there. And it's cherry time. Okay. 1 cherry, 2 cherry, 3 cherry, 4 cherry, 5 cherry, 6 cherry, 7 cherries more. The reason why we put the pineapples and the cherries on the bottom is because the bottom is the top. So when you flip it, it looks like a cake. And now we're going to make the cake batter. Put that right there. Cake batter time. Now we are going to preheat the oven to 350 degrees. Now I've set up all my cake batter ingredients. Now we are going to start with all our dry ingredients and then mix them together. First, we are going to start with our baking powder. You have to make sure all that gets in there. Hey, you're hiding from my eye, aren't you? Now, the salt. Maybe I'll take some. That's better. Now, my favorite part, the shredded coconut. It's time for our sugar. Let's mix it well so it can combine. Now we're gonna mix up our wet ingredients. Okay, first we are going to start with some coconut oil. This might look very weird, but I promise you it's gonna look better when it's cooked. Let's open this vanilla up. Okay, got it. Make sure it's 1 tablespoon. This should be good. Okay. Oh no, cut. Okay, we'll put some more back in there. Okay, vanilla goes in there. It's not that big of a deal. It's just gonna be a little bit of vanilla. It's okay. It's okay. Who doesn't like some vanilla? Right. Now it's time for the pineapple juice. Oh my goodness, this is very chunky coconut milk. Last but not least, our apple cider vinegar. Now, mix well to combine. The coconut oil and the applesauce are going to make the cake nice and moist. Now it's time to mix the wet ingredients with the dry ingredients. Let's grab our handy dandy whiskety. Oh my, this is very thick. Oh my. Now it's time to put the cake batter in the cake pan. This is kind of having a sad part, but now we have to put it in the oven and it takes a whole entire hour. So I think I'm gonna have to call over Mom. Mom, can you help me? So the cake is in the oven and it's gonna take an hour. So in the meanwhile, how about we work on my spicy Jamaican lemonade?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This cake goes great with my spicy Jamaican sunshine lemonade. Let me go grab the ingredients and let me show you how to make it. I need 8 lemons. 1, 2, 3. Oops. Okay. Okay, this is just getting ridiculous. So what you're going to need is lemons, fresh turmeric, fresh ginger root, some brown sugar, and molasses, and water too. So let's start peeling. I like to use a spoon to peel turmeric and ginger sometimes. It's really easy. More mess, I demand more mess. Turmeric can stain your hands, so sometimes you might want to use gloves so you don't get a stain. Now, let's start peeling some ginger. You could also use ground turmeric and ginger. I like using fresh spices because it gives a better flavor. Now I have to slice these, but it's a little hard for me. So, Mom! Here's the next piece. And you're done. Okay, thanks. Now I'm gonna add some water to the ginger and the turmeric and put it to a boil. Now let's start cutting up these lemons. You wanna be really careful to make sure you don't cut where your fingers are because we're not cutting off fingers today, okay? Okay, well we're gonna get the lemon squeezer. Thank you. I love this machine because it has little holes in it so the seeds won't go through. And Bella squeezes lemon, she don't play. So the ginger and turmeric looks so good, it smells amazing in here. But now it's time to remove it from the stove. Okay, now I'm gonna add sugar, the molasses, and the lemon juice. But I wanna do it while it's hot so then it can all dissolve and come together. So first let's start with some sugar. I don't wanna splash it. How about we use a spoon? That'll make life more easy right now. Do you see how satisfying that is? Now it's time for the molasses. It's so sticky. One time I tried it. It tastes a lot like honey, so I kind of liked it. Time for the lemon juice. We're going to let it cool for a bit. Okay. Put that right on top of there. This is my most favorite lemonade ever. It looks delicious. Right there. Oh my God. Ooh. This right here could make us some money. You know what goes great with lemonade? My cake. I think it's finally ready. Let's flip it. Now you have to let it sit for 15 minutes. It's gonna be the longest 15 minutes of my life. Oh my goodness, that's exactly what we want. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Oh, wow. It looks so good. This I will eat in one bite. Now that my cake and my lemonade are ready, I'm so excited to share this with my favorite person, my mom. Thank you. I know, it looks so good.
That's how it tastes.
Okay.
Super moist.
Where'd it go?
Thank you.
Cheers.
Delicious.
Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I loved you guys being in my kitchen with me today. Hopefully you can make this recipe too. See you later. Bye.
Do you ever just look around and say, I can't believe we did this?
Yes, totally. That was like the light bulb moment.
I got up there and I just said I quit my job and started this company.
And I just kept going. It was a lot of testing and learning.
There's been a lot of tears along the way.
We can actually change the world.
When did you have the moment, I made it, I did it?
Hi everyone, and welcome to another edition of She Made It, where we highlight some amazing women who are building incredible brands and shaking up their industries. We hope you're hungry because this half hour is filled with entrepreneurs who found the recipe for success. It's our She Made It Food Glorious Food edition. We are going to meet women whose businesses keep us and our loved ones fed, healthy, and happy. Plus, I'll reveal my She Made It list featuring deliciously guilt-free products for everyone in your family. So let's dig in. And why not start with dessert? I love dessert for dinner. We're kicking things off with a She Made It that takes the cake. You've probably seen Amira Kasem's work all over social media. She's the brains behind the viral Rainbow Explosion cakes. We met up to talk about the business she built from scratch. Take a look.
I think it's so special to be able to know that you can create something out of nothing just to make someone happy.
Baker Amira Kasem is in the business of making people smile.
I'm so excited that you're here.
She is the co-founder of Flower Shop in New York City, home of the popular explosion cakes that have been sprinkling your Instagram feed. Amira has always loved to bake.
And you grew up baking with your mom?
Oh yes, every single day. It was so fun to be able to make something and then share it with someone that you love.
By 2011, at age 24, Amira moved from Los Angeles to New York City to work in the fashion industry, but she still found time to do what she loved the most.
I would bake for coworkers, bake for different people, and bring it to work. And one day I just decided I should sell a few of the little cake balls and things here and there in cafes here in New York. That's what I was realizing. I was waking up extra early before going to work to bake. And that's when my side hustle became my real hustle.
Amira's creations were selling like hotcakes. And a year later, without any culinary experience, she quit her full-time job to pursue a baking career.
It is really hard going from a steady paycheck to, I hope I sell a cake to pay rent.
Without enough dough to buy a website, Amira began posting photos of her cakes on Instagram.
So you would think, not a venture capitalist, you're thanking Instagram is really responsible for your business.
Oh, 100%. It's really amazing how I went to school being told, you need to have this business plan and this whole thing and this much money and whatever, to just being like, I posted a picture on Instagram.
Flower Shop's Instagram quickly hit over tens of thousands of followers with Amira's out-of-the-box creations, even catching the attention of Instagram itself, naming her unicorn cake the most memorable trend in 2017. And soon, Amira was churning out cakes for celebrity clients like Katy Perry, Hilary Duff, and the Kardashians.
Look at the inside.
In just 5 years, and with the help from CEO husband Ross Harrow, Flower Shop is now a multi-million-dollar cake empire with a store in New York City and collaborations with Williams-Sonoma and Away. And for Amira, making people happy is icing on the cake.
I just want to spread joy, and really that's the message in everything that we do, because when you're sharing sprinkles, you're spreading joy.
And I couldn't pass up the opportunity to sprinkle joy with Amira.
We're just gonna make a mess because it's a playground here.
Okay, so now's the big moment.
3, 2, 1. Yay! Cheers.
Cheers, this is my breakfast.
Amira's energy is just magical, isn't it? She believes every day should feel like your birthday, and her favorite color? Rainbow, of course. Since our story first aired, it's no surprise she's released 2 books and Flower Shop launched lots of partnerships with Williams-Sonoma, most recently their birthday pancake kit. Now that we've splurged, we're going to tell you about a CEO who is making it easy for us to eat healthy. Rachel Drury founded her company, Daily Harvest, after noticing a lack of healthy, easy meals in the market. She made it her mission to provide convenience without sacrificing nutrition, all while freezing out her competition. Take a look.
If you have an idea, if there's a way to make something happen, you just go and do it, and you figure it out as you go.
Rachel Drury is the founder and CEO of Daily Harvest, a subscription-based service delivering frozen prepared meals straight to your door.
Where we take care of food, so food can take care of you.
Growing up, Rachel always knew she wanted to start a company one day because business is in her blood.
My grandfather actually created one of the first answering systems for physicians and, just kind of created something from nothing. And this was a mentality that really resonated with my mother, who ended up running a chemical business.
It's that entrepreneurial spirit that stuck with the Daily Harvest founder, even while working long hours at her marketing job 6 years ago.
So tell me how this all started.
I started Daily Harvest actually because I was hangry. And even though I knew the things I should be eating, I settled for things that were convenient instead. I would be in back-to-back meetings all day. At 3 o'clock, I'd find myself grabbing things like trail mix or stale birthday cake.
And you say to yourself, what? There has to be a better way?
There has to be a better way. It started taking its toll. I wasn't feeling great. My mind wasn't clear. I wasn't sleeping well. I was like, what is happening?
We've all been there at the time when we're on the run and we're grabbing things.
Totally. And it was in that moment where I was like, I need to solve this problem for myself.
So Rachel began prepping homemade frozen smoothie kits made from fruits and veggies, ready to eat in minutes. And with $25,000 in savings, she launched Daily Harvest in 2015.
So in the early days, I did everything myself. My first team member was this hand and my second team member was this hand. I was buying the ingredients, putting everything together in a commercial kitchen. I also happened to have been like 9 months pregnant by the time this had all started. So I hired my nephews for $20 each to start delivering around New York City to really start testing the concept.
After just 2 months, Rachel left her full-time job and Daily Harvest grew in popularity, eventually expanding to oat bowls, soups, and even ice cream.
This is amazing.
Our mission is we take care of food so food can take care of you. Starting with the farm, making sure that the food is incredibly fresh, incredibly nourishing, incredibly flavorful.
In 5 years, the mother of 2 scaled her superfoods company, raising $43 million in funding with the help of some celebrity investors.
You have Serena Williams, Bobby Flay, and Gwyneth Paltrow as business partners. Was that the moment that you said this is going to be not big, but huge?
Yeah, that was a really big moment. But, for me, the biggest moment was actually seeing a box of Daily Harvest, like in front of somebody's front door, or like seeing somebody walk by holding a smoothie or a latte. I just that continues to blow my mind every time I see it.
With more people looking for nutritious and convenient meals at home, Daily Harvest has been thriving during the pandemic, growing into a $250 million business.
I feel like a lot of people are looking for a new start. What advice would you give to other people out there who are saying, okay, I have this idea?
There's always a reason not to do something, but if you focus instead on why it might be a good time, it's a really powerful change in mindset that can really set you up to just go for it.
Since we spoke to Rachel, Daily Harvest has become a unicorn. That's a term given to startups who have a valuation of over $1 billion. Wow. Daily Harvest has expanded their products from soups to flatbreads. The flatbreads are amazing. And beyond. This year, they launched Harvest Bakes, a collection of ready-to-bake meals or shareable sides the whole family will love. Congratulations to Rachel and her team. Still to come, we're going to help stock your bar and your pantry. And oh yes, there will be ice cream. We'll be right back.
To
cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our She Made It Food Glorious Food Edition. This next woman isn't just an entrepreneur, she's a trailblazer with spirit. Vanessa Braxton's brand, Black Mama Vodka, is the first African-American woman-owned distillery in the United States. And here is her story.
Being born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, I've always enjoyed the hustle and bustle of the city. This inspired my entrepreneurial spirit. After leaving a career in engineering where I managed contracts worth millions, I launched my own company, Black Mama Vodka, in 2013. I wanted to start a spirit and beverage company to leave as a legacy for my children. 3 years later, I opened a manufacturing facility in Wyandanch, New York, and added loose teas, CBD teas, organic flavored agaves to the product line. When the pandemic hit, I pivoted, introducing hand sanitizers in less than 10 days, lending my manufacturing and distilling expertise to quickly produce what was needed to healthcare workers and first responders, which was one of the biggest highlights of my company. As a Black female entrepreneur, I'll continue to find ways to make a difference in my community, educate aspiring business owners, and teach the importance of building generational wealth for all.
Since we spoke to Vanessa in 2020, the Black Mama Vodka facility has expanded and provides contract manufacturing and distilling for other liquor brands too. They've recently started making gin, whiskey, vermouth, and other liquors under the Black Mama brand's umbrella. So awesome. Turning now to a mom who did something that seems impossible. She made peanut butter better. She created something so delicious, you are going to go nuts for it.
My name is Radhika Mirari, and I am the owner and founder of Homemade Peanut Butter. Like so many mompreneurs, my business started with my son, Karan. Swimming is a huge part of our summers here in Reston, Virginia, and I wanted Karan to have a yummy, nutritious snack that would fuel his fun. After a lot of trial and error, I figured out how to make creamy, delicious peanut butter from local Virginia peanuts. Karan and his friends loved it. Then one of my friends had a taste and she encouraged me to try selling it. So I did, around the neighborhood and in local farmers markets. A year later, we were on the shelves of Whole Foods. Today, Homemade Peanut Butter comes in 10 flavors, from Chai Nirvana, loaded with Indian aromatics, to Espresso Ecstasy, inspired by my love of Italian espresso. My favorite? Coconut Bliss. I look forward to spreading the Homemade love for years to come.
And since I met Radhika, Homemade has seen a 700% increase in sales thanks to her appearance on our show, and have launched 4 new flavors, including Hella Hot, which is based on Indian street food spices, and Matcha, peanuts with green tea powder. Homemade peanut butter shipping miles since our first She Made It feature aired, 239,760. That's all the way to the moon. Wow. Coming up, the scoop on the freshest ice cream you can find. Plus, if you're craving something hot, we'll meet a mother and daughter who came up with a super idea. We'll be right back.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Welcome back. I bet you've never heard of Everything Bagel ice cream. Well, it's time now for one of our sweetest editions of She Made It. And I have a chip on my shoulder with this one. All right, enough puns. Promise you'll get that joke in a second. Jenny Britton Bauer hopes her ice cream will become a household name. She works directly with farmers to create fresh, unique flavors. And I traveled to Columbus, Ohio to get the scoop on how she made it.
Ooh, okay, let me try.
Jenny's is a community of people devoted to making the best ice creams the world has ever known.
What a beautiful, happy store. And you walk in and you can't help but smile.
I think of entrepreneurship as building your own world, and this is our world. It's this beautiful place of flavor and optimism and forward thinking and all of these wonderful values that we all share.
Founded in 2002, Jenny's Splendid Ice Creams has grown a solid fan base and topped over $50 million in sales last year alone. But for founder Jenny Britton Bauer, it's about much more than profits.
So tell me how this all started.
I was studying art history and fine arts at Ohio State, and I was working at a pastry shop, and I was trying to figure out what I was going to do with my life, and then I found ice cream.
Jenny left school and poured herself into library books, learning how to make ice cream.
So what do you love so much about ice cream?
First of all, it melts in this beautiful, perfect way, and as it melts, it blooms and releases flavor. It's almost magical, you know what I mean? Because it's solid and it's liquid, it's frozen, but it's not all the way frozen, and it is a moment in your day that you'll be present with.
In 1996, Jenny opened her first shop, Scream, at a local farmer's market in Columbus, Ohio.
I learned about seasonality from farmers and how to work together with people. I learned about cheeses and herbs and spices and chocolates and baked goods and wines and just anything you can imagine under that roof. And I made ice cream out of all of it.
But the eve-changing artisanal flavors weren't an easy sell, and Jenny had to close up shop.
I thought I was walking away from ice cream. It had been a difficult 4 years, and I had burned out in a big way.
This is my kind of kitchen, a test kitchen in ice cream.
It took 2 more years and a bank loan for Jenny to relaunch her business, this time with her signature flavors and putting her name behind the brand. And that recipe worked. Today, Jenny has 45 scoop shops around the country.
When was the moment, or did it not come yet, where you said to yourself,
I made it. Okay, I can exhale.
You know what? It's never happened. And I've never had that moment of like, oh, phew,
right.
Now it's okay.
You've talked so much about your path, and it seems like resilience is really what you're built on.
Yeah, I think a lot about this idea of blazing your own path. You're gonna fall, it's gonna be hard, and every time you make that sort of stumble or something doesn't work, you now have information that everybody else doesn't have, something that's unique in the world. You have to keep going.
Jenny has kept going with over 200 employees while still using farm-to-table ingredients.
So I think that if you focus on making people happy, and I mean like one person at a time, I think that, you know, everything else kind of falls into place.
One scoop at a time.
One scoop at a time.
Well, get this. Jenny's has more than doubled in revenue in the past 3 years since our story aired, growing over 45% in 2021. Jenny's most talked about ice cream flavor, Everything Bagel, made its long-awaited comeback this March. It's a savory, salty, buttery flavor that's been met with varying reviews. Now we want to introduce you to a super mother and daughter duo who started a small business and turned it into something big. Sarah Polon and her mom, Marilyn, wanted to change the world and how we eat, one bowl at a time. On a cold winter day in Washington, D.C., I found the perfect refuge.
Za'atar roasted carrot with white beans. That ain't your mama's carrot soup. Southwestern quinoa and black beans. So this is a protein powerhouse.
Everyone is like a burst of flavor.
Today we have our #1 all-time seller, West African peanut stew.
What would you say is so different?
All of these soups are brimming in plant-based protein, fiber, seasonal ingredients, all natural.
I can tell you why it's so amazing. It's incredible. For mom and daughter, Marilyn and Sarah Polon, owners of Supergirl, the philosophy is simple.
If you have a good bowl of soup, it is the perfect food.
Yeah, I've never seen so much passion about soup. And wait, you really feel, I mean, I can feel how much you believe in it. 10 years ago, Sarah served up laughs instead of soup.
My Jewish mother's been nagging me about accessorizing. I had been a comedian in New York, moved here, was working in the travel business, trying to still perform and write, but had kind of lost my way.
That is until she had an aha moment reading a book about food in America. And with that, Supergirl was born. Vegan, locally sourced soups that are good for you and the planet. And Sarah knew the perfect person to partner up with.
I started making soup, and then Sarah would take a whole bunch of the soup, have her friends over, serve bread and wine, and people would taste the soup. We didn't even know what people liked. We started from nothing with like a pot and a spoon.
Explain to people what the CAO is.
I am the Chief Anxiety Officer. It is my role to worry and to say, how can you do that? I don't think you can do that. It's too much. And she doesn't listen to me, but I do provide a role. I do.
You gotta worry. You need that teaspoon, tablespoon, quarter cup, half a cup of worry to make sure you're making the right decision.
Turns out, a spoonful of worry is the magic ingredient.
That is the caraway seeds.
Yeah.
Since 2008, Supergirl has taken off, opening 2 retail locations and getting into stores like Costco and Whole Foods. And last year, Sarah and Marilyn took Supergirl to Shark Tank.
We have cracked the code to the perfect soups.
The sharks love the soup, but not enough to bite.
Perfection is the enemy of profitability. I'm out.
Although no offers were made, sales skyrocketed. So 2008, you're at $0. Where's the business now?
Multi-million. Yeah, we're 3 million and growing.
Amazing. Flying high with Supergirl, Sarah ladles out this advice to fellow female entrepreneurs.
Don't stop yourself by trying to dot all your I's and cross all your T's, and ask for help, especially from fellow female business owners. Plan, but at a certain point, let go and dive in.
Sarah told us that after they aired on our show, their website completely crashed with all the orders that were coming in. Sorry, guys. Well, not sorry. This month, Supergirl will be launching in Amazon Fresh. Their soups and gazpachos will be available throughout the East Coast and South. And there's still more to come. Hope you saved room, because up next, it's my She Made It list. Women-owned small businesses serving up some healthy and delicious options. We'll be right back.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Welcome back. I have even more delicious female-founded brands that I'm so excited to share with you on my She Made It list. Here are scrumptious businesses that will get you and your little ones excited to eat healthy meals without sacrificing flavor and fun. All right. First, we have Lil Gourmet Veggie Meals. Founder Shabani Baluya got the inspiration to start Lil Gourmets from life experiences and medical research. Her long struggle with infertility led her to a cleaner diet, and she eventually eliminated all processed foods. Eventually, she had her son Jaden, but as a busy mom, she struggled to find foods that she felt good feeding him. She then began cooking all of her son's food using a variety of ingredients, particularly vegetables and spices. Knowing there were other parents like her who wanted better for their kids, but were too time-stretched to do it all, she decided to launch Lil Gourmets to provide fresh, flavorful, veggie-first meals that our little ones will love. They have 6 flavors, which all feature veggies and beans as their primary ingredients, delivering more than 1 serving of beans or vegetables per cup, with no added salt or sugar. And because their meals have hummus-like texture, you can feed Lil Gourmets to your kiddos when they age up to toddler, so they can learn to dip delicious crunchy veggies away. And they come in such cute packaging. All right. Next up, Avik. It's a modern cocktail mixer made with real ingredients. First off, I love this. The brand is named after the French word for with, because that's how they're meant to be enjoyed. With alcohol, with friends, with family. Bronx native, Harvard alum, and former advertising executive Dee Charlemagne never had any mixology experience besides the cocktails she made in her own Harlem apartment. After a lot of trial and error, I'm sure that was fun, she brewed up something impressive. Mixers made with 80 to 90% less sugar, flavored with real juice and botanical extracts. After receiving funding from Pharrell Williams' Black Ambition program and raising over $1.5 million in funding, Avik has seen remarkable growth, selling over 500,000 cans since launch and retailing in 100 stores. They come in flavors like jalapeno and blood orange, hibiscus and pomegranate, and yuzu and lime. Yum. Can't wait to dig into those. And last up, a favorite guilt-free treat, Smart Sweets. Smart Sweets founder Tara Bosch is on a mission to help people kick sugar and keep candy. Who can't get on board with that? As a student at the University of British Columbia in Canada, she launched her first business selling vinyl and chalkboard wall tiles for students and renters. But her love affair with candy turned into an unhealthy relationship with food, so she went on a quest to create the future of candy. Months of recipe testing, how much fun, with a gummy bear mold from Amazon led to the launch of Smart Sweets in August 2016, which grew into a multi-million-dollar brand within its first 6 months on store shelves. This is the candy we all know and love, with up to 92% less sugar than traditional candy. That's just 2 to 4 grams of sugar for the whole bag. Wow. Childhood classic flavors include cola gummies, sweet fish, sour melon bites, and red twists, and more. To date, Smart Sweets has helped people across the U.S. and Canada kick over 3.9 billion grams of excess sugar out of traditional candy. You can find them on their website, Amazon, and across supermarkets in the U.S. and Canada, including Target. Well, that is all for She Made It Food Glorious Food Edition. Thanks for watching, and remember to shop these small businesses. Scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen or head over to today.com/shop. I'm Jill Martin, and I'll see you next time. Have a great day.
Well, how are you doing? I know every day is different. How do you feel today?
Yes, it is the strange thing about MS. It really is so variable and changes. I'm feeling really great now. I mean, I'm here with you. We're in front of a fire. I have my dog. I'm going to see my horse. I wrote a book.
The book is phenomenal. I'll just say it. You are a writer, Selma Blair.
Thank you. It means so much.
It's hard enough to write a book. It's harder still to do it when you don't have all your faculties about you every day.
It was the kindness of strangers who are no longer strangers. Brittany Bloom and my book agent at the book group, and Julie, the space they held for me and helping me type. I would send on a yellow legal pad and take a picture. Be like, can you type this? And now, of course, now that the book's finished, I can read them right just fine. Suspicious. I know.
Funny how that works.
But we got through it.
And how do you feel knowing it's about to be out in the universe?
I'm thrilled, because when I did come out with the MS diagnosis, it really felt freeing. But mostly to see that it helped other people just have a touchstone made me feel really good. It made me feel more useful. I'd always get on myself, oh, you're lazy, you want to sleep. But then when I realized, just at least by the act of being as honest as I could, it did something for other people, and that in turn empowered me. And it's just a whole thing of we're all in this together.
Well, it's called Mean Baby. You got to explain the title.
When I was just born, people came over to visit the new Beitner baby. That was my last name. And they ran out of that house. These teenagers, don't go over there. The Beitners have a mean baby. And it stuck. The things you're called, how they become part of your story, whether you mean to or not sometimes.
You write in the book about some very painful episodes, including you wrote about a teacher, an educator who violated you. And you say, he didn't rape me, but he broke me.
He broke me. I loved him. Loved him. Father figure. Having a personal betrayal of someone that loves you, be so inconsiderate of your life path, really hurt. It hurt me, and I miss him still as a friend, the person that I had met and cared for as a mentor. But
it feels to me you were quite courageous.
I discovered wonderful things writing the book, like how much I had witnessed of friends and what I'd witnessed and what a gift that was here, and even, how much I loved sharing things with people. But it wasn't until writing this book, and there is this mention of a rape. It was something I didn't even think of, because I think there were so many trespasses on my life, or things were cloudy with my shame, such a deep shame of my drinking in the past, that I was talking one day to Brittany, and I immediately told told this after this spring break trip, and I said, but I won't, I'm not gonna write that in the book. And she said, well, maybe you want to. And then I thought, oh, of course I have to. So many people have had some similar experiences that you just tuck away because you think people are gonna say, what did you do? And why didn't you report? And why didn't you do? I was a kid, I was young. And even now, it's hard to report stuff. It's hard. It's really hard. And so I put it in the book, and I even cringed as I was doing the audiobook, because I thought, how many more stories do I have like this that I didn't even acknowledge, because there's so many. And I felt so sad for my body. I felt so sad.
It kind of took the book and this process to even make you realize that you were a victim.
People can take advantage, and then you're just too ashamed to say anything, and then you just bury it, and you bury it. You really do. And things do come back later when you're in a safer spot, but you still feel unsafe to say it. But I realize I am safe, and yeah, I am glad it's in the book. It's a big deal to have these things happen and to hold that shame in your cells like it's you. Like it's all you are, is someone that's not worth helping on the side of the road, that you're worth someone to say, she's nothing. I'll never see her again. She's probably passed out the whole night. You know,
Well, the body remembers.
The body remembers. And I want it to remember some love. I want it to remember this day. I want to remember this pink sweater and this dog and my son. I want to remember. I want to remember all the things that feel good. I want other people to too. Don't be so indignant because we can't all have our ways. Let's move forward and help each other. Sometimes when horrible things happen, the shame cycle is so big. And I wanted to say, there is no real room for guilt in moving forward. There isn't. There's not much I feel ashamed of anymore, because it just happened. And I did it, or someone did it to me, and I'm okay now. But things will keep happening, and I'll keep having to figure out how to rise above.
And in some ways, it's that frame of mind that helped you finally get rid of alcohol and kick alcohol out of your life. How did you finally conquer it? What made the difference for you?
It was only self-medicating, and it wasn't working anymore. And when there was public humiliation and I owned it, there's no going back. I mean, now that I was a mother, it just changed everything.
I think that's incredibly inspiring. When you've made mistakes, you own them, and you turn the page, and you smile and go forward.
You do what you can to make it right for those affected and yourself. And it's important that you acknowledge, really acknowledge, and nothing's gonna help by still beating yourself up.
You write in the book, I desperately love a story. We all have one. I carry mine inside me. You carry yours inside you. I can hear mine now in my own voice, strong and clear. What's your story?
My story is that people would say to me, and I would roll my eyes when they'd say, don't give up before the miracle, don't commit suicide, because I really was. I could not picture living long. But I think that my story really is that I am figuring it out now, and I am kind to myself, and I really do have the capability to love.
You're not the mean baby.
I'm not the mean baby. I mean, we all can be a mean baby sometimes.
Well, she needs to come out sometimes.
I mean, for sure.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together? Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Let's talk about your mom. It struck me that she was extraordinarily complex, glamorous, and beautiful, and dynamic, and also emotionally elusive to you at times, and sometimes cruel.
I mean, I still adore my mother. She's the most important. My sisters, we cherish her, adore her. She's on a pedestal. But no, she was not a cuddly woman. She was a role model. She was a judge. She was a million things. But her idea of me was not going to be met with what I was, I guess. I find it is so universal that we adore our parent so much, but it's complicated.
I felt how torn you could be about your mom, who you clearly adored, and she adored you. And yet there were stories that you reveal in the book that are kind of jaw-dropping.
It's hard because when you grow up with someone like that, you don't realize, because I'm a little like her too. You know, so you don't realize how like outlandish some things can seem when someone's kind of eccentric.
Yeah.
But my son said it to me. I told him, you know, my mother, she was so critical by nature. And he's like you. And I'm like, oh, I am, but I think you're perfect. He's like, all you do is nag at me. Oh, wow. Like that's my kind of love language, thinking I could pick apart someone to make them better or something.
I was really struck by when you were a little girl, one of the first things you learned is your mom saying, I wasn't sure when I was pregnant with my last baby that I really wanted to have a baby.
But you know, in her defense to say, I didn't want you, it wasn't meant to be hateful. She meant it to say, oh, that would have been such a mistake to get rid of you. Thank God I have baby Blair.
What was it like to grow up in that house?
I felt like dying growing up. I mean, I did, and that's why I feel like I'm such a miracle right now, that I actually want to live. I want to be here. I want to enjoy this. I was so confused and lost and terrified. I was a terrified baby.
And your mom would introduce you as, and this is Blair
this is
or
Blair,
Selma.
Selma, both. I went by both. This is Selma. This is the manic depressive. I have never been diagnosed with mania or depression tons.
That's a
Mania,
label
no.
to put on a little kid.
But, you know, it's dramatic. I think she meant it as a badge of honor. Like, I don't suffer fools. Like, we got real problems here. My kid's very grounded. She's very deep and disturbed. You know, I think that she felt it out of gravity.
Why were you so scared as a little girl?
Who wouldn't be? Look at where we are. It's so weird. And then you know you're gonna die one day, and your mother's gonna die, and your sisters. I mean, it's terrifying to be a child and so readily be able to explore the scarier things in life. It was a preoccupation. And I'm sure that drinking probably really cemented that feeling in me.
You had your first drink when you were a little girl, 7 years old.
Yeah, my first drunk when I was 7. I had my first drinks, you know, much younger.
Can you tell me about that?
I thought it was God. It was at Passover Seder's that I had my first drinks, and I always thought that was God. And then when I realized it wasn't, I was like, how convenient. It's in a bottle. I mean, it's even as a little kid, you're like, that's a comfort.
So you started at 7, you drank through elementary school, middle school, high school, college. How did you do it? I mean, how did you function?
I don't know how I did it. It all makes sense why I was so exhausted. But it was hard. I don't know, but maybe it was easier. Maybe I would have never survived without a drink.
How did it relieve your pain and your fears?
Transitions have always been hard for me, and the MS made that very evident. So the drinking it made me feel warm and comfortable and part of people in this earth.
You had a lot of physical ailments since you were a little girl. I mean, you tell the story about telling your mom your leg hurt.
She's like, cut it out, Selma. I was made fun of my whole life for that leg. And I'm like, this,
and it was
this leg,
it was
leg
that
I can't
leg.
feel. Yeah, it was.
And you had a fever for 3 years.
I did. It was a big deal. I mean, doctors thought I had leukemia. We didn't know. I didn't. But I had a constant high fever. I had so many things that were so indicative of MS growing and optical neuritis young and losing my vision for good.
Do you feel, when you look at those physical ailments as a child, have you ever been told that probably was the beginning of MS, or that's somehow connected?
Absolutely, the ailments as a kid connected. I don't know if I really did have juvenile MS at like 6 when we noticed my eye was first going, or movements, but I do know for sure I had it by the age of 23, and it was definitely there for so long. And the pain is still there. I'm in remission. I have built no new lesions, but I still have some brain damage and things that are there, but I'm okay with it. I'm okay. I'm grateful because I'm doing so much better.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's talk about your MS diagnosis. How do you feel about the fact that it took so long to get a proper diagnosis?
It never occurred to me. Never occurred to me to have a neurological illness.
It was the onset of MS, which is just a symptom of a really unhealthy immune system.
I thought I had a million things that weren't what they were. And I would have been a lot kinder to myself if I didn't feel the need to self-medicate or check out or get through. I mean, I wasn't always checking out. I was really trying to be as capable as I could be, and I had no idea, and I was really cruel to myself. I treated myself like garbage.
And the medical community sometimes was saying, maybe it's in your mind.
It's like, oh, you're fine, you're dramatic, you're talkative, But I would say, I am so tired, I can't move, and this has been going on for 20 years. Even that doctor that diagnosed me, he was saying this might be functional, emotional, what traumas happened. And I fell asleep in his office, and he said to my boyfriend at the time, what's she doing? And he's like, oh, she falls asleep everywhere. And he's like, oh, wait, stand up. Put your arms out, shut your eyes. Plank, fell over, had no idea of proprioception. I didn't know I had proprioception issues. I didn't know that my vision was a hallway. Because if you've had it your whole life, you just think that's how everyone is. It was mind-blowing to realize there was a diagnosis for this and that other people have it and don't know. And I don't mean to be tough on the doctors, but you really gotta do better for the women. You have to do better for all of us in diagnosing these things.
You didn't have to come out publicly. You didn't have to share your journey. Why did you make that choice?
I hadn't worked for years because I had been so sick, and it was kind of flaring worse because I was going back to work. I was getting on planes, the planes make it worse. I was falling apart in airports. I couldn't get out of the fetal position or else my body would spasm. And I was getting vertigo all the time. And the doctor even said, with the best intentions, don't tell people. Like, just don't. We're gonna get this under control. But because I had such a bad reaction to the first treatment, it made it so much worse. I was really having a lot of movement and speech difficulties that were exacerbated by the prednisone. It just kept getting worse as the diagnosis went on. So the stem cell really helped. But coming out and talking about it, the story would be told anyhow. So I wanted to gain control of that. And I didn't realize how empowering it would be and how empowered I would be to then tell the truth forevermore after that.
What did you think when you started seeing the reaction?
I was so touched, and I felt so thrilled. Oh, this is what it is to just be a human and show up. And to think that there's even a moment that I could have comforted someone or given them an option or think about maybe if stem cells right for them. I'm really, really happy to be able to walk into this space of empowerment and realizing I am a calm and stable grown-up. I'm okay, even though I've not always been.
You had a big night at the Vanity Fair party. That was your first night coming out since your diagnosis. What did it take to do it, and what did it mean to you to be there?
I had no idea how much it would mean to show up trying to look my best in a really aggressive flare. And that was a real coming out party for me because I know it meant something to other people and certainly to people with more radical disabilities to see an in, oh right, this world is ours too. We might not see the ramp there on the stage, but there's people coming to use it, and I'm gonna be one of them.
I remember our moment meeting.
And I loved you so much, and you were such a sister to me. And we were in the bathroom, and I felt really nervous, and you really took my hand. I had the cane, I had the dress, but everyone scurried away, as they should, and you stayed. I was overwhelmed that night, and it was hard. I was afraid that I would vomit. That used to happen out of nowhere. I was afraid I'd trip and ruin the dress. Just really very real things of, oh my God, I'm not in the same body. And I just cried because of gratitude, but also, I don't know if I can get through this night.
Yeah, it was courageous. You wrote that you never practiced the Oscar speech in front of a mirror, that you never really had those leading lady aspirations.
No.
Why not?
I never felt I was the one leading the pack here. I was very comfortable to witness the greats and be a part of it. But I dare say, I'd probably chase that leading lady role a little harder now. But I didn't have it in me before. I didn't want to.
Well, maybe you
will. I didn't even want to, but maybe I will one day. Maybe it will be there for me. I mean, I'm improving in all the ways. But consistency is really key on a set, and the energy, and certain triggers will make my body do different things. And I'm not embarrassed of it, but I don't want to take people's time. But yet I would like to. I saw Christina Applegate, she did the last season of Dead to Me, and she was really dealing with a lot of major health challenges, and watching her do it, that was an inspiration. So it's like, okay, if I were ever be able to go back to work, I'd want it to be incredible.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
That brings us to the documentary, because the documentary really tells the story. When I watched the documentary, the word that I thought of was fearless. You were fearless.
I'm so sorry, I can't talk right now. We're shooting the final days of my life.
You showed it all.
Yeah.
Why did you want to do that?
Because what I was going through with MS looked nothing like, I just couldn't find it. Jen Brea, she did a documentary I saw called Unrest. She had like an inflammatory, like there was an encephalitis issue, and very similar to what I was going through. And I thought, I can't believe a woman is showing this and not afraid someone's gonna put her in a straitjacket.
And if you say too much, they think you're a mental patient.
The doctor would tell me, you're just dehydrated. Everyone gets stressed.
I was always so afraid of losing credibility. And so she gave me permission. That documentary of opening her life made me feel like I had permission to also have that impact for someone. I've had MS many years. I had a very late diagnosis. I've had it at least 25 years, at least. So I had nothing. There was any embarrassment I could get over. But if there's someone else that it would move the needle for them to have some agency in their life and to trust themselves, no matter how odd or dramatic or nothing their symptoms might be from day to day. Because this is the stuff I was afraid of.
Let's talk about Arthur, that sweet boy. In a way, the documentary was for him. Why did you want him to see this someday? Has he seen it?
He has seen it, finally. He went to the premiere. He is. He's like, it wasn't that boring. Thanks. He liked it. When I was going to do stem cell, I thought, because I felt so physically and emotionally so awful and drained, that I did think there's a chance I won't make it. And so I did want that to be to him, knowing that if I did go, because my body had given out, that I wanted him to know that I really wanted to be here with him. I really wanted to take the steps that it took to be here. Because I was really one of those people that was like, no way, even if I have cancer, I'll never do chemo. That's just the worst thing for your body. I had a real feeling about that. And then when I felt the chemo and I felt better, it's like, okay, just let go of what you're thinking and just try and feel better for your son. But yeah, you can die. I thought if anyone would die, it would be me in that moment, because I was just so tired. Oh. So I did it for him, really, to just say, I did want to communicate with you. You're too young to really care now, and I don't tell you, but I want you to know you're the first thing on my mind and the last thing on my mind.
You fought to still be here.
Yeah.
With everything you've got.
I really did, and I know we all will come to times where we're gonna have to fight harder than we think, and I was supported. I was lucky.
What do you hope he sees when he sees you moving through the world?
I hope he sees that when you have something that could potentially be a real setback, in time, it might not happen right away, but in time, set yourself up to recover, you know? And I don't want him to feel ashamed or too scared that he can't move forward. I am so grateful that I'm moving forward, because I did not want to my whole life. I wanted to figure out how to die with the least pain possible. And I don't now.
What kind of mom do you think you are?
Embarrassing. I talk too much to strangers. But I think I am fun. He loves that I'm willing. If he wakes me up in the middle of the night and he can't sleep, it's like, okay, let's go find an adventure. Like for an hour, and then we'll go back to bed. There's things that I see that I was scared of that he doesn't have at all. I give him. He does not want the effusive love that I craved from my mother. So he'll have his own memoir about how I, tried to kiss him too much. But I give him tons of space. I can really see him as his own person, but I love I love that I'm the person he comes to, that he trusts the most.
You went and saw a psychic or a fortune teller, and this person told you you're going to be an advocate.
It was Tyler Henry. And I was like, is there anything in my future? And he's like, I don't really see you acting. And I was like, cut the tapes, guys. I want people to think, but I had been really sick for a long time. And he did say, I see you being an advocate. I never saw in a million years that I would be an advocate of let's calm, regroup, and figure out how to move forward. And I'm here.
Your inspiration comes from overcoming, whether it's MS or addiction or abuse or hardship or it's overcoming.
It's such a relief to give myself permission to say it's okay. No matter what, the guilt doesn't move through. I have to realize that.
It's okay to be
So it's
light.
not that I'm being cocky of saying like, oh, forgive myself for these things, but truthfully, you're not going to help anyone else until you've forgiven yourself. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
What is happening, people? We got a great Pop Star Plus for you today. On the show, we've got This Is Us on the mind with just 2 episodes left. 2 of its stars stopped by, so of course we had to ask them all about the beloved show's final ending. We also spoke with Griffin Dunn, who plays Uncle Nicky, about what it was like filming the series finale. Later, we're also remembering Bob Saget on what would have been his 66th birthday. But first, here are today's Pop Star headlines. Bridgerton, that is first up. Lady Whistledown has got some very big news for season 3 of the Netflix hit series that everybody has seen except me. According to the gossip columnist's latest announcement, the next chapter is going to focus on the relationship between Colin Bridgerton and Penelope Featherington, a.k.a. Lady Whistledown herself.
Spoiler alert! Why haven't you seen it?
People haven't seen it.
I didn't say anything. I don't even watch this show.
She said.
How do I know if I've spoiled anything? I don't even. Let me just read the teleprompter.
Everybody's name
Don't say it again.
After series star Nicola Coughlan teased in news at an industry panel over the weekend, Netflix fans, the fans sent Netflix, the fans of the show, into a frenzy. Here's what they tweeted. Season 3 is going to reveal how or if Penelope and Colin go from friends to lovers. How or if. Nothing's been said. The most recent season of Shonda Rhimes' period drama just premiered back in March with a record-breaking number of viewers for Netflix. No word yet on whether the 3rd chapter is said.
Know what
to
you're
start.
saying?
That's a word salad.
Like just for preparation for your
I think I just blacked out for the last 3 minutes.
I'm right with
anything.
you.
Do you know?
No idea.
No idea?
Didn't know any of those names.
Lady Whistledown.
Yeah, just make it sound British by putting ton at the end of it.
Yeah,
You're Carson Dalyton.
But you sold it well.
Featherington?
Yeah.
It's just, that's just a made-up word.
Yeah, nobody.
All right, this I know something about. Harry Styles.
Yeah.
As the music superstar prepares to release his next album, Harry's House, he's also making time for life outside of work. In a recent conversation with Apple Music's Zane Lowe, Harry opening up about not just juggling new music, but also touring and a little bit about his personal life as well.
Take a second to invest some more time into balancing my life out a little bit. This working is not everything about who I am. It's something I do, and I don't want to be defined as a person necessarily by what I do all the time. I want to be able to kind of put that down. And for a really long time, I didn't really know who I was if I didn't do this, and that's really scary.
I would have had to stop that interview and put a little more light on Harry. He's just a little more uplight, a little more down light. You gotta light that man up.
He's going deep.
He's got
and
his
going
own light.
shallow.
Yeah.
He has his own light.
Yeah, the lighting's perfect here for him on Thursday.
On Thursday, Harry, you're going to be lit perfectly. That is a fact. Harry's going to join us on the plaza this Thursday If you know me or live near me, please stop asking me.
I know.
Just stop.
Everyone.
Stop.
It's over.
I'm saying that to my own family members, so more than anything.
People you haven't heard from in years also.
I'm about to go into a hotel until this thing's over.
I know.
I get knocks at the door. It's crazy how many people want to come to this. And we don't blame them. This is going to be great. Next up, Pete Davidson and Edie Falco, the two stars, are teaming up for a new comedy series based on Pete Davidson's life. At yesterday's NBC Upfronts, the pair announcing that Falco's going to play Pete's mom in Butt Kiss, it's a show set to tell dramatized versions of Pete's real-life experiences, something that he also did in the 2020 movie The King of Staten Island. The SNL actor is going to write and executive produce the project. The new gig is extra special for Pete, who also happens to be a Sopranos superfan, even spotted with a Bada Bing tattoo somewhere on his body that we can't show you right now. Butt Kiss is going to stream on Peacock. And next up, another all-star duo in casting, Bryan Cranston and Annette Bening. The two are raking in the dough in the first trailer for Jerry and Marge Go Large, based on a true story. The movie follows one couple who discovers a loophole in the Massachusetts state lottery and ends up winning millions with hopes of reviving their small Michigan town.
I'm playing the lottery, and I won $15,000.
Why didn't you just tell me?
We barely have enough money to retire on. This is no time to risk it.
Yes, it is.
What?
Can I help you?
We'd like to buy 8,000 windfall tickets.
I'm gonna help you first.
$312,000.
What now?
We want to start a corporation.
We'll split the profits with the whole town.
I'm saying
I mean, you're already in, right?
So good.
Yeah, it takes 10 seconds for you to go, okay, I'm going to watch this. Jerry and Marge Go Large, and it's a true story. Set to start streaming next month on Paramount Plus, and we'll all be there watching. Finally, Steph Curry, the basketball superstar, officially a college graduate on Sunday. Steph earned his Bachelor's of Arts degree from sociology from Davidson College, only 13 years after he left for the NBA. School said that Curry re-enrolled for the spring semester to finish his courses, and although the baller didn't want to, not that he didn't want to, but he didn't walk the commencement, he did celebrate the achievement on social media. He wrote, "Dream come true. Class of 2010, aka 2022, but we got it done. Made the promise when I left and had to see it through. Mama, we made it." So congrats to Steph and all the graduates on their major milestone. And now to the reason we call the show Pop Star Plus. We got a few more headlines for you. First up, our favorites, Jenna Fischer and Angela Kinsey. They are so funny together. They stopped by Studio 1A this morning, the Office ladies, visiting the set, by the way, before they came to see us. They were on Seth Meyers, where not only there did they talk about their new book, but also they showed off some creative new dance moves.
That Jenna and I made up a dance where we filed papers in the cabinet. We're gonna show me. Yeah, let's do it. We did this.
This is great.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds like this. Ready? And okay, we get. Oh, I got it.
Very good. I'm sure filing papers is going to take off on TikTok any second right now. Those two are so funny together. They have a podcast, just genius. They're real life best friends. Anyway, one more story for you. We'll talk about Ellen DeGeneres here and Kate McKinnon, because the hits keep on coming as the longtime host approaches the final weeks of her talk show. On Monday's episode, the SNL cast member and famous Ellen impersonator, that is Kate, stopped by and shared a poignant and, of course, hilarious imagined letter that she would have written to Ellen when she was just 13.
Dear Mrs. DeGeneres, my name is Kate. I'm from Long Island. It's come to my attention that I am gay as hell. No one else is gay for 200,000 miles, so it's nice to know that you exist. I bet if I ever met you, I would act so weird, so I hope I never do. Thank you for being so funny and such an inspiration and making me feel less alone. P.S. My iguana isn't eating. What do I do?
Very funny. Ellen's last show, by the way, if you want to mark it on the calendar, that's scheduled for next Thursday, May 26th. And there you have it. That's all you need to know from us today. Still to come, we've got a lot more show. Get the tissues handy, because 2 of This Is Us stars are going to prepare us for the beloved show's final episodes. Stay with us.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We've been talking about it for a long time around here, but we care. This Is Us is coming to an end, and a few of the stars of the show stopped by to get us ready for the finale.
Since its premiere back in 2016, the world has fallen madly in love with the Pearson family on NBC's hit show This Is Us, and now 6 seasons, 38 Emmy nominations later, it is almost time to say goodbye. We've got 2 episodes left. 2 of the show's stars are with us, but before we chat, here's a sneak peek at tomorrow night's episode.
Excuse me. I know you wanted her to rest, but Rebecca's blood pressure's dropping, and her legs are starting to go cold. Things are happening quickly now. I don't see her making it through the night. I think it's time to start saying goodbyes.
Don't make us start saying goodbye. It's time to say good morning to This Is Us stars Susan Kelechi Watson and John Huertas. Guys, this is the end of such a huge chapter, I think, in American culture. No shows have been able to capture the world kind of the way This Is Us has, especially in this time where you can get shows everywhere. Did you ever put your finger, Susan, on what you think the magic of this show has been?
You know what? I think so. After 6 years, I feel like I can say the magic really was the vision of Dan Fogelman.
Yeah.
It was that writer's room with the authenticity and the love that they approached every script. And then it was this amazing cast that I got to work with.
I feel like, John, the love was real. I mean, we know it's real on screen when we watch you guys, but every time I've had a chance to sit with you guys, the love seems to be real off as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we're a family, and that goes all the way, like she said, into the writers' room and our crew. We've become a big family. When we say This Is Us, it's not just us, the cast that you see, but we include the audience in that when we say This Is Us, and we hope that they see themselves in every script that we write, or that the writers write. And she is a writer now on the show.
That we wrote.
Exactly. Every writer puts a little piece of themselves in whatever script they're working on, and I think that's what people can find in our show, is that they can find a piece of themselves, a piece of their family, a piece of their extended families.
I was thinking as this was wrapping up, I always remember all the graduations I've ever been through in my life, like high school graduation, college graduation, and that feeling that you have at the end.
Yeah.
You're happy that you've reached this milestone, but it's so difficult. Shooting your last scene, Susan.
Boy.
Please
talk about it.
Please tell me what that was like for you.
First of all, I just knew, I was like, oh God, if I just don't become a puddle on the floor, I'll be okay.
Yeah.
But it surprised me because I knew that Day was there, but I didn't know which scene it would be. And then we shot a scene, and then all of a sudden the cameras just swung around on me, and Glenn, one of our ADs, announced that this was my last rap. And he just kind of said, you know, it's my honor to say that this is Susan Kelechi Watson's last series rap. And it was just like, bam, and it was there all of a sudden, and it was emotional. And they asked us to say something so we can kind of like have that as like a part of our archive and stuff. And it was really moving to be able to say how much I appreciated everybody and how much it was a gift to me to be a part of it.
Well, y'all have been a gift to us. I want to go out with you guys, your viral dancing video. I think it's the wobble. Do we have the wobble?
Sure.
It's so good.
Or it's me and John.
Okay, wait, come on, hold on.
Oh, it's the wobble.
Wait, can you crank it up? I don't know if you can hear it. But anyway, the wobble rocks it.
Okay.
There you go.
Can't have a wedding without a wobble.
Well, you guys, you made our lives so much better. We're happy to see a couple more episodes. Thank you. And we can't wait to see what's next for both of you. Thank you all for coming to see us.
Coming up next, another member of the This Is Us cast weighs in as the show wraps up, sharing what it was like to be on the set during filming for the final episodes.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. As the finale of This Is Us approaches, we chatted with Griffin Dunn. He plays Uncle Nicky on the show, and he told us why some of the best times on set included his co-star Justin Hartley.
For 50 years, I lived in a trailer. A trailer that went nowhere. Whatever the opposite is of an astronaut, that's what I became.
I didn't know I wanted to join the cast of This Is Us until I got a call asking to be a part of the cast. I'd followed the show and I was always a fan, and the call just came out of the blue. And the part of Uncle Nicky was described to me, and a character would bring lots of complicated emotions and problems like PTSD and alcoholism and diabetes. And, he sounded like a great, complicated, tragic character who would probably transform into something else over the course of the show, as all the other characters do. I was in from the get-go.
Every day, same routine, 50 years. But then, I got an invitation to meet you two. And you know what it got me thinking about? It got me thinking about the moon.
My favorite scene to play was talking to the twins. That just hit me very personally about him speaking to those sleeping infants.
Anything good that would ever happen to me, it just seemed impossible. But here I am. I made it. You two are my moon.
When I found out Edie was Nicky's love interest, well, I was completely surprised. I probably, like the audience, thought it would be the woman I've been pining for the past 40 so years, and just assumed. I underestimated the writers again, just thinking predictably So when I got to the scene of him giving sass to Edie in the airplane, I just smiled. It was so rewarding as a reader to see that happen.
Well, I'm glad that I brought my duct tape. Seat up.
Now?
Please.
Sure. All you had to do was ask.
I think the most challenging parts of playing Uncle Nicky has been to walk the line between being an unsentimental person and a certain kind of inner bitterness he fights within himself, and to also be funny. It's always been a balance of tragic and then comic, and tragic and comic. The funniest times I've had on set, both on camera and between takes, has been with Justin. We just have a really great rapport and make each other laugh. We don't fall into, a typical sentimentality. Our sort of edge toward each other, I think, plays against that. So it's been really rewarding to have so many scenes with Justin. Doing the wobble with the cast. Yeah, I think that's something that Sterling and John do, and they came up with it, and to just sort of put it together between takes, and I guess to certainly put it online. I think a lot of people thought it was like a dance sequence at the wedding, but it was just all of us, doing the wobble during our lunch break.
You don't just get better. And if you think I'm exaggerating, let me remind you that your father drank in secret trying to forget. Let me remind you, when you busted into my trailer, there was a gun sitting in front of me. That was 50 years after Boots left Vietnam.
I've heard from Vietnam vets, and I've heard from soldiers and their families who have fought in our more recent conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan, and that they are, thankful to see their trauma, post-war trauma portrayed. Is very meaningful to me, and I feel very proud of that. I was very satisfied with how they wrapped up Nicky's story. His part was sort of put to rest, and we knew he'd be okay. And from then on, I was just like Nicky and Edie were suddenly a team, and we're just like a kind of fun-loving, smart-ass couple, involved in all the family proceedings that would be coming ahead. Filming the final episodes was very emotional. All the principals gave a very moving speech of thanks, and everybody was very moved. A lot of tears were going around. That kind of like it's all coming to an end sort of feeling, and you feel a certain gratitude, that for having had this experience, and it makes you just want to hug a lot of people.
Appreciate Griffin swinging by and sharing all that good stuff with us. As a reminder, in case you didn't know already, This Is Us airs tonight on NBC, and that series finale is 1 week away. Still to come, we're going to share Uncle Al's visit with the great Bob Saget on what would have been Bob's 66th birthday.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The world still in shock over the sudden death of Bob Saget, who passed away unexpectedly in January. Today would have been his 66th birthday. So in honor of Bob's humor and charm, we thought we'd share some of Al's Cold Cuts visit with the star back in 2019.
You've been dating for two decades, and now you get married. What?
Yes, I was divorced 23 years ago from a very nice person, and she's a great baby mama. And we talk constantly, and my kids are my dreams. And I meet this woman 3 years ago, and she's really wonderful, and I love her. And she's not here right now because she's relaxing.
Good. And you could, if you wanted to, could have processed meat.
I could have eaten that whole plate.
Could have
right
taken
now.
that thing down.
I would have guzzled it. You could have done it in fast motion. I would have eaten all of it.
The cameras are off. Let's just do
No,
it.
do you have a portatory?
John Stamos recently became a dad. Have you? I mean, you're a dad. Have you shared any advice?
I have. I said let her do the breastfeeding. I said that. I said because he's tempted. He's very strange, but his kid is so cute. It's insane. Little Billy. And he is the cutest kid you ever saw, and he's always wanted to be a father. And being friends with him for 30 years, it's a beautiful thing to watch. And his wife, Caitlin, is just a doll, and she and my wife, Kelly, get along well.
Do you keep in touch with any of the, well, I mean, you've got the folks that you see on a regular basis. What about everyone else about the Olsen twins?
I actually, I'm here for a while in New York. I'm doing a lot of stand-up and promoting. And so, yes, I'm going to see them. I have to see them. I love them a lot. So I keep in touch literally with every person
That's
on the
terrific.
show, except like guest stars from, 1990.
What's your favorite cheese?
That's what I did that for.
You did, thank you.
There is a cheese that I love, and it is Jarlsberg.
Jarlsberg.
And, do you have the Jarlsberg?
We have the Jarlsberg. I believe this is the Jarlsberg right here.
This is an amazing cheese because it's skim milk cheese. And now we have a lot of cheese on the sandwich.
Right.
So I'm going to actually remove...
Too much cheese.
I believe there can be too much cheese, as you've seen from my comedy. What I would do is roast some peppers.
The roasting peppers.
Can we do that?
Sure, let's do that.
Okay, so I'm going to actually take this. And these are great because this stuff is pre-roasted,
Yes.
but I want to heat it up.
Heat it up. Give it some heat.
I'm going to throw one more on there because what I'll do is it's going to melt the cheese, which is much better than cutting the cheese.
Why do you think you've had such longevity in this business?
I have been a workaholic since I was a little kid. I was not good in school. I played around too much. I wanted to make people laugh. But I have always constantly worked, no matter what. While I'm working in a deli, I'm doing improv at University of Pennsylvania. I'm making films at Temple University. And then when I went to LA, I wanted to learn acting. So I went to acting school for 5 years while I would be doing stand-up and then constantly trying to make movies, always trying to do that. And so I think that's my secret is I just work really hard. I work as hard as I can. And I'm not that smart. I don't retain that much stuff, but I know I have a good people sense, I think.
What do you tell young kids who come up to you and say, "Hey, Mr. Saget, what's
$5.
What's the secret sauce?" Yeah, what do you? Don't bother me, kid.
I tell them to if they really love something, to do it. Don't do it to be famous, and find something that you really love, like everybody does, and don't think you can't make it. I just ran into Tiffany Haddish at a party at my friend Jeff Ross's house, and I met her when she was 15, and there was something at the comedy club called the Laugh Factory in Los Angeles called Comedy Camp, and we would they'd have comedians come in, and I would come in like once a month on Saturdays and teach kids that came from nothing, she lived in her car I met her when she was 15 years old. So I knew her for about 3 years, and she was like, Bob, I want to make it like Richard Pryor. I said, just do it. And I hadn't seen her for a couple of years, and I saw her last weekend, and I just hugged her, and I started crying. And she did too. You're going to start me crying. But I was so happy for her. And because that is the old saying, when you see people get up at the Oscars and go, you can make it, you can come from nothing, you can do this. It sounds so cliche because we hear it all the time.
Yeah.
It's not cliche. It's not to be taken lightly. People come from nothing. And that's the thing, is don't do it to be famous, but if it motivates you a little bit, I mean, she wanted to be famous, but she above all wanted to be funny.
Yeah, and she is.
And she is.
Wow. So we can top it off. While we're topping this off, top 3 Full House moments.
I would have to say that, sitting down and talking to those kids, this is going to melt that cheese perfect, by the way.
Oh.
Sitting down and talking to the kids on the show and giving little morality plays, of, you can't bring a horse into the house, you can't drive a car through the window, but no, really just teaching them basics of things that you should and shouldn't do was something that was meaningful to me. I put my heart into being a good dad. And at the time when I did Full House, and Candace was 9 or 10, and Jody was 7, and Ashley and Mary Kate were born, I met them when they were 9 months old. I diapered them. I changed their diapers.
And of course, we are thinking of Bob's family and friends today. And man, do we miss him. All right, that's going to do it for this edition of Popstar Plus, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. As always, we'll be here tomorrow. So join us. See you soon.
Hello, thank you for watching Today All Day. Welcome to our digital show. We call it Today in 30 because it's 30 minutes long.
Oh, is that what?
And it's the Today Show.
Oh, because today.
Yeah.
30.
Get it.
Got it. We got a big show for you, including we're going to have more of Savannah's conversation. It was incredible, that passenger turned hero pilot, Darren Harrison. We'll get to that in just a bit.
Yeah, but we're going to start with new details on the investigation into that shooting rampage in Buffalo, an attack that may have been planned for months. We're going to bring you the latest.
Plus, with summer on the way, Craig shining a light on an important skill that many adults lack, the ability to swim. His brother just took his very first lesson, and Craig went along to South Carolina to cheer him on while picking up a few pointers we all could use.
It's pretty cool. We've got that and more coming up on this episode of Today in 30.
NBC's Emily Aketa joins us now with the very latest. Hey, Emily, good morning.
Good morning, Hoda. This tight-knit community is still reeling over what happened as they continue to be bombarded with more threats. Investigators say they've arrested at least one man for making so-called copycat threats in the wake of this horrific attack.
The bullet did not go through the metal.
A terrifying moment 8-year-old London will never forget.
We all ran to the back. He was shooting at the milk.
Survivors recalling the mass shooting at this Buffalo, New York supermarket Saturday. And now investigators believe the suspect had been in the area back in March. Several Tops employees say they remember seeing him in their store before.
He had said to me, "You're out of place here. You look like you belong out in the suburbs."
Police say the lone suspected gunman, 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, killed 10 people and wounded 3 others. 11 of those victims are black. The suspect writing in what's believed to be his 180-page manifesto online that he chose Buffalo because it was the city with the highest number of black people in his vicinity. The alleged shooter traveling 3 hours from his home in Conklin, New York to get there. With him, tactical gear, 3 guns, and illegal high-capacity magazines, according to authorities.
Shots fired.
Police rushed on the scene within a minute, arresting the suspect after he threatened to shoot himself and reportedly thwarting his plan to continue the rampage.
The information that we've obtained shows that he had further plans.
The Erie County Sheriff saying this about the first officers on scene.
It was a white female and a white male, and the reason I say that is if their race would have been different, maybe the shooter would have engaged and shot them and killed them.
President Biden, who called the hate-fueled attack senseless, will visit victims' families today. Among the 10 lives lost, Ruth Whitfield, who just visited her husband at a nearby nursing home before stopping at the grocery store. Her son saying how fiercely she loved them all.
What do we tell our father? We don't even know. He doesn't know. What do we tell him? How do we tell him the love of his life, his primary caretaker, the person who kept him alive for the last 8 years? How do we tell her that she's gone?
Emily, we're going to turn to the investigation here, and we're wondering what the parents of the suspect are saying. What do we know?
So a senior law enforcement official, Hoda, tells us that the parents are cooperating with the investigation and are being described as being in complete and utter shock about the shooting in Buffalo. We've learned that one of the guns was a gift from the suspect's dad, but the parents say that they were not aware of any rage or anger or hate issues. The suspect's next court date is Thursday. Hoda.
All right, Emily Aketa for us there in Buffalo. Emily, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Back now with more on that miracle landing that we've been following closely for more than a week now.
All right, you cannot overstate the heroic actions of the Florida man who flew that plane. Remember, he had zero flight experience, and that was after the pilot became unconscious.
Yeah, that's right. And this morning we're learning more about how the pilot is doing and how exactly Darren Harrison knew just what to do when he climbed into that cockpit.
Against all odds, a story of survival on multiple levels. Not only did passenger Darren Harrison successfully land a Cessna 208 last week when the pilot suddenly became unconscious mid-flight, but he also gave doctors a chance to save the pilot, who suffered a catastrophic cardiac event and is now, thankfully, out of the hospital and resting. Dr. Nishant Patel, who treated the pilot, says it is a miracle.
50% of patients won't make it to the hospital, and then 50% of patients that do make it to the hospital will pass away within 24 hours without prompt diagnosis and treatment. Definitely something I've never seen before, and I probably will never see again. Really quite a miraculous recovery, miraculous story.
Part of that miracle, Darren, who had no previous flight experience.
If someone had had a camera in that moment, in that cockpit, what would they have seen and heard?
In the beginning, it was he and I yelling over and over again to try and get the pilot to respond, because you're in a panic situation. And that is a single individual that is basically in control of one thing that you can't control, which is flying an airplane.
Did you surprise yourself?
I don't know. I don't think so. You're in a situation to where you have to perform or the outcome's not going to be good. You're going to die. So you have to do anything you can to stay in control of the situation, to not let it go that direction.
The 39-year-old Florida native was determined to get home to his wife, Brittany, and their baby girl, who was due this summer.
In that split second you had to pull the plane out of a nosedive, I don't think most of us would know which way the throttle was supposed to go.
Yeah, I pay attention to mechanics on how things work, how they operate, what's the reaction of what's done. So I've always monitored that, but I've never sat and physically done it.
After saving them from plummeting into the ocean, Darren then landed the plane at Palm Beach International Airport, keeping calm as air traffic controllers taught him to fly on the fly.
Is this your temperament? Are you just
No.
kind of one of those cool in a crisis
No.
people?
No.
You're not?
No. I used to be one of the hottest headed persons, fly off the handle, very intense. I've been working on it for a few years. My dad said I've come a long ways because I work with my dad every day. He said, you've come a long way in the last 3 years. I said, well, it's probably due to the Bible study I've been attending every Tuesday.
Well, I was really thinking about it because sometimes when you think about like, how do you know God was with you? Sometimes it's something like that.
Correct.
If you find yourself and your demeanor being so outside what you know yourself to be.
Right. I've told a few people, I say, I think God's given me a couple wake-up calls in my life, but I think this is the last one.
Yeah.
And I'm probably I'm listening to this one.
Yeah. Like, how do you think you'll reflect on this experience?
I wonder, what applications is this going to have, and how can I reuse it to help other people? Like, why did it happen to me? And I still haven't answered that. I'm still looking for that, and I'm sure it'll come with time. But I do often think, why me? Why did I not die? And I'm sure I'll get the answer one day. But yeah, there's a purpose behind it. And raising my baby girl that's due in August is probably one of them. But
A day made of miracles, and a day that has Darren planning to stick to the passenger seat.
Is there anything about this experience that would make you want to learn to be a pilot?
Absolutely not.
No.
No way.
And your wife would never let you anyway?
Nope. She said already. She doesn't tell me no very much, but she said not. She shut me down on that one.
What about getting in a small plane like that again?
Yeah, I would get in if I had 2 pilots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big takeaway.
Yes.
Now with more of Savannah's candid conversation with actress and advocate Selma Blair.
Yeah, our conversation was as wide-ranging as her new memoir. In the first part of our interview, Selma shared her struggles over the years with alcoholism, her experience with sexual assault, and of course, her diagnosis with multiple sclerosis. But there is so much more to her story. She says the process of writing this book was difficult, emotionally and physically. What was it like to kind of excavate your past and look through everything?
I am so lucky that I decided to write this book right when I did stem cells. So I had really initiated myself into a much more forgiving space for myself and for everyone else. A patience really grew.
It's hard enough to write a book. It's harder still to do it when you don't have all your faculties about you every day.
I would send on a yellow legal pad and take a picture. Be like, can you type this? When I have my hands in a certain position, it triggers a lot of other neurological dystonias and things.
Mean Baby chronicles Selma Blair's life, starting when she was just an infant. You got to explain the title.
When I was just born, people came over to visit the new Beitner baby. That was my last name. And they ran out of that house. Don't go over there. The Beitners have a mean baby. And it stuck. I guess I was a mean baby. And people still think of me that way. The things you're called, how they become part of your story.
How did you feel growing up? I mean, what was it like to grow up in that house?
I felt like dying growing up. I mean, I did. And that's why I feel like I'm such a miracle right now. That I actually want to live. I want to be here. I want to enjoy this.
While Selma describes deep affection for her family, she also recounts desperately trying to please her mother, who could be demanding, critical, and sometimes cruel. When she landed the cover of 17 magazine in 1999, her mom called and said, "You look so unimportant. When are you going to come home and get a real job?" Selma writes, "There's always one person who gets under our skin, who knows our weak spots and can't help but go in for the kill. For me, that person is my mother." You show a lot of grace and forgiveness to your mom. You tell the truth.
She was a damn fine, funny, dramatic, amazing woman. And I was hurt that she didn't love me enough. I love my son enough.
You said, "My mother tethered a darkness to me, and I thought my suffering was the only way to please her." That hit me hard.
It is sad what we go through, isn't it? All of us as we come to understand our life. I wanted to be worthy of her love, and that meant suffering.
Selma wants a different life for her son, 10-year-old Arthur, and says her book and her documentary, introducing Selma Blair, exists so he knows how hard she has fought to be here and to be happy.
You write a letter to Arthur at the end of your book, which is so touching. One of the things you say is, "My disease is not a tragedy." What do you hope he sees when he sees you moving through the world?
I hope he sees that when you have something that could potentially be a real setback in time, set yourself up to recover. I don't want him to feel ashamed or too scared that he can't move forward. I am so grateful that I'm moving forward, because I did not want to my whole life.
A brave move forward for Selma came at the 2019 Vanity Fair Oscar party, the first time she stepped out in public after announcing she had been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis.
That was a real coming out party for me, because I know it meant something to other people, and certainly to people with more radical disabilities, to see, oh right, this world is ours too.
Selma, who has returned to her love of writing, says she's worked hard to move past the labels that once defined her.
I think that my story really is that I am figuring it out now, and I am kind to myself, and I really do have the capability to love.
You're not the mean baby.
I'm not the mean baby.
Wow.
This memoir has so much in it. It's so deep and thoughtful and really thought-provoking. It's for me as a mother, and of course, you know, I had a mother. It's just interesting to hear her talk about it. She's a phenomenal writer. She tells this funny story about how when she went to her writing teacher and she had done a play or something, and then he said, "You know, Selma, you're an actress." And she thought to herself, but I want to be a writer. When your writing teacher tells you you're an actress, that's not good. But when I saw her, I said, "Selma, you're a writer. You're a writer."
I was just picturing her taking a picture of her yellow pad just so she could get all that. That was amazing.
And you can tell that the process itself was quite cathartic for her.
Yeah, it
Quite
is.
cathartic.
And there's just, it's a complex story, but it's really fascinating. Selma's mom, Molly Cook, died actually in 2020 during the pandemic. She says she still misses her every day.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to go spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
NBC News, streaming free now.
May is National Water Safety Month, so with summer approaching, it is certainly a good time for a refresher. And for some, it's a chance to learn how to swim.
Yeah, and then that includes my younger brother, Ryan. He's 36 years old, and like a lot of adults in this country, especially who look like us, he didn't learn to swim. But with nearly 4,000 drowning deaths in this country every year, it is never too late. My brother Ryan and I have been at the beach or poolside together countless times. I just never realized he didn't know how to swim. Was there something that happened when you were younger that freaked you out?
When I was 7 or 8, we were down in Florida in a pool, and I almost drowned. After that, I was like, yeah, the pool's not for me.
I didn't know that. So ever since then,
I've made sure that the pool level is to a level where I can stand up. Anything above that, I'm not messing with it.
He's not alone. 64% of African Americans say they have little or no swimming ability. As a father of 2 little boys, Ryan knows it's important he learn now. What's the goal? Like when you're finished, you want to be able to do what?
Olympics. No, not the Olympics. Not the Olympics. My goal is honestly just to be able to kind of swim in 8 feet, 7 feet. Be able to, if something happens, jump in.
We met Ryan at the Jeep Rogers YMCA in Columbia, South Carolina, where they know a thing or two about teaching people of all ages to swim.
Swim out to me, you got it, face down.
When we were there, the staff was teaching second graders from a local school district as part of a program called Safety Around Water. Among the instructors is Jerry Friday. She learned to swim at the Y just a few years ago. Now, she takes vacation time from her day job to help teach these kids.
When they feel that sense of encouragement that they've done it or they can do it and they actually do it, makes you feel good to see the look in their faces when they actually accomplish jumping in the pool or even treading water for a little while.
Then it was Ryan's turn.
Okay. Yeah, this is good.
His instructor is aquatics director Amy Dotson.
First thing you're gonna do is just give me anything you got.
Anything?
Anything. There's no wrong answer.
She quickly assesses his ability and comfort level. She even coaches him on how to wear goggles.
You can tell how much I'm in the water.
Ryan puts in some work on the bar float, going back and forth in the shallow end of the pool.
How do you feel?
I feel great.
I went through the same paces back in 2008 when I took swimming lessons as a reporter for Columbia's NBC affiliate, WIS. Ryan switches to the kickboard and puts on some flippers.
Like that?
Next, he learns how to use his arms.
So fingertips down, pull through.
Not as easy as it sounds. And one final challenge, using the kickboard to swim to the deep end of the pool. All good until...
You got it. You got it.
Start panicking.
He finishes, but you can see that being in the deep end gets to him. There appeared to be a moment during the lesson where you were in the deep end with the instructor and you looked genuinely freaked out. What happened?
I was terrified. I kind of saw my life flashing in front. No. It was the 8-foot part.
Right.
I'm a pretty tall guy.
Yeah.
When I don't feel my feet touching the bottom of the pool, that makes me panic.
But he powered through and swam back. And then came the smiles.
Oh, this has been great. Thank you so much, Amy.
You conquered your fear.
Conquered my fear.
That's a big deal.
Today.
You should be proud.
I'm happy. I'm excited.
I'm actually a little proud. Just a little bit. Learning to swim is serious business, but my brother and I can't help a little joking.
So I'm going to put this scenario out here. We're in the middle of the lake.
Yeah.
Me and you on a boat fishing.
Yeah.
I jump overboard.
Yeah.
I like the wind or something.
Yeah.
Could you jump in, get your little brother, and pull him back to safety?
I mean, I could.
I think you need more lessons.
I could.
I think we need more lessons.
Could be every man for himself.
Yeah, that's
God for us all.
That's it.
Exactly like your brother.
No, exactly.
To be clear, I would save him.
Of course.
But we talked about how we're all not strong swimmers.
No.
Because, I don't know, I never had swim lessons when I was little.
How'd you learn?
Just from you being in the pool.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm not a good swimmer.
But I still want to, because one of the places I learned early on was, at the YMCA and when I grew up in Canarsie. Yeah. And a lot of people, that's a great place to learn.
Great place to learn. They've got a lot of great programs all over the country, including, of course, there in South Carolina. And the best part about some of their programs, for families who can't afford it, you can go. You can still go.
Yeah. You know what I like about this is because we talk a lot about kids, but I appreciate that your brother is doing it because I know a lot of adults who can't swim.
And since he has kids, to be in that situation where he sees them in the pool, you need those skills to be able to help your kids if they're ever.
I'm proud of you, Ryan.
I'm proud of you, young Melvin.
Yeah.
There you go.
Proud of you.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
She built a beauty empire with more than 50 million followers on Instagram, and Time Magazine named her one of the 25 most influential people on the internet.
Yeah, we're talking about Huda Beauty founder Huda Katan, and she's going to give us 3 hot new makeup trends and how you can get it at home. Huda, you built an empire.
Yeah. I mean, this was a blog in 2010.
Yes,
You're like,
right.
hi, I have a blog in 2010. In 2022, you have this empire. How did you go from 0 to 60?
I mean, we like to make it look like it's really glamorous and like it was easy. But going from A to Z as a founder is not really linear. It's not really a clear-cut, journey. But I have an amazing family, I have an amazing team, and we just do whatever we need to do to get things done.
Do you have one piece of advice for somebody that wants to build an empire or a brand or anything? Like, what would you say it takes?
I think that it's really important never to have a plan B. I'm
Never
a big
have a
fan
plan
of
B.
that. No, never have a plan B.
That's a good piece of advice.
Make your plan A happen no matter what. Keep hustling, keep working, and just stay committed and really patient.
Are your parents like blown away by what you created?
I think they are, but sometimes I'm not really sure either.
What did they want you to do? Did they have a plan for you?
I think they were disappointed at first.
Yeah.
They were like, you're not going to be a professor of engineering.
You're like,
no, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to build an empire instead.
Yeah, your beauty line's amazing. We
Yes.
use the
Yeah, we do. We
eyeshadow
use it
ourselves.
here.
Yeah, we love it. We love it.
All right, so we don't know what snatched glam means, but
Yes.
we're
Oh my
into
God.
it.
We're so out.
I am about to change your lives.
Okay.
So Snatch Glam to me is the reverse contour. It's taken over the internet. It's kind of what we've seen really kind of take place because of the filters. Like filters have made us want to snatch our face, maybe a little bit too much.
Yeah.
You don't need the filter anymore. You don't
Okay,
need it.
what's
So
it
I'm
need?
going to show you guys really quickly. This kind of started on TikTok. It was a makeup artist kind of trend. We borrowed some tips from some makeup artists, and then we evolved it into something that you see today.
Okay, so
you can
here's
see-
Jennifer. Tell us what we're going to do.
Jennifer. So you can see half of her face is snatched. This is called the lift and snatch.
Okay,
And I'm just going to take a little bit of concealer, and I'm going to basically be lifting her cheeks from 3 different points. I'm going to start at the upper level here.
Okay.
And we're going to lift the higher part of her cheek. And then we're also going to go here next to the nasolabial fold. Smile lines. We all like to smile. And then I'm also going to go underneath the cheeks here. So you can see when we do this, you get an instant.
It does lift.
Yes, I mean, Jennifer's cheekbones are gorgeous
Wow, and
anyway.
then you
She's
jab them.
gorgeous.
Okay.
She's absolutely beautiful. And you can just blend that out to make sure that it looks really nice and natural.
All right,
but it's such a beautiful
Let's
trend.
move on to our next trend.
This is all about color.
Yes, and this is something that kind of started out of Euphoria. We saw some really beautiful color block looks. Basically what it means is not blending the color, making sure that you can kind of use contrasting colors to really stand out. It's really, really simple. So you can see we have our beautiful model Nadia here. We have some gorgeous blue eyeshadow. All we need to do next is to take a little, this is actually a tip also from TikTok. We take a little micellar water, just a small amount. And then just using a different eyeshadow that really will stand out.
So you're going
bright
very
yellow.
saturated
Yeah,
color.
You're going neon.
absolutely, absolutely.
You do this as an eyeliner?
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and we're just gonna go ahead and take it on the top level here.
Can moms like us wear this?
Absolutely, absolutely. On live TV, it's a little harder to do.
Yeah.
So we're gonna
But maybe
go.
for like special occasions.
Yeah, what would you wear this look for?
You know, to be honest, I think people are really afraid of color, and color
Yeah.
is making such a huge come
It
into
is?
makeup. Yeah, oh my God, it's coming so hard into makeup, and we really need to make sure that we, you know,
Aren't
we play
scared
with
of it. Yeah.
Yeah, we shouldn't be afraid of it.
By the way, you look beautiful and fun.
Yeah,
Whimsical.
Absolutely.
All right.
There we go.
All
We'll
right.
fix that after the segment.
Okay, blush dropping.
This is our
Okay.
producer,
Yeah.
AJ's mom.
She sure
This is a big day around
She
here.
sure
Okay, so what do we do?
Gina.
Yeah.
This is one of my favorite trends. This actually started from the 70s. Cher was really huge into this. It is making such a huge comeback. I love it. I'm actually wearing a little bit of it today. Blush, people need to not be afraid of. I see you
Okay.
guys have blush on. It looks gorgeous.
We do.
But why only wear it on your cheeks?
So where should you wear it? Show
You
us.
can start from your temples and go all the way up.
Okay,
to
so show
your
us
cheeks.
how
What
you
are
would
you
do it.
going to do? You want us
And
to
so
hold
I'm gonna
some of
grab
your
two
tools?
blushers.
Okay.
Yes, unless you want to be my assistant.
Yeah, we'll be your assistant.
Hoda and
Yes.
Huda here. And then Jenna.
Yes.
Hoda, Huda, and Jenna.
Tell me how we can help.
Thank you so much. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab this lighter color here. And I'm gonna go all over the cheeks, all the way to the temples. So we're not just staying here on the
Don't try to smile.
Gina, would you wear this?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
It
it's
looks very
beautiful,
natural.
right? And we're
It
just taking
does look natural. It's
the
like
temples.
more natural than you would think it would be. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right.
And then you put.
Absolutely.
Then what do you put on the cheeks?
If you
itself?
want to, if you want to keep it here, you absolutely can.
Done.
If you want to go a little bit more extreme, you can take a darker color
and just pop the.
and just pop it
Pop
onto
it. Cheeks. Okay.
Exactly.
Wow, that
You
looks
did great.
beautiful.
Great
Huda.
job. Huda, you rocked
Congratulations
it.
in building an empire.
Thank you so much.
Wow,
Thank
way
you.
to go. Be sure to join us again tomorrow on Today because we starred in our very first ever off-Broadway production.
We did?
Yeah, we did. We dressed up.
Did this
You're on
happen?
stage. Yeah.
This, I remember this now. It's all coming back to me now. We will take you behind the scenes of Murder in Studio One. We'll see you then. Who done it?
Do you want to see what it looks like? Okay. Here's the big reveal.
That is huge.
Huge, right?
That's way bigger than the baby. Huh?
Welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. In this Today All Day series, I'm looking back at some of my favorite Cooking with Cal recipes and sharing my top kitchen tips. Today, it's all about the bake-ahead brunch. As a busy parent, I love anything that I can make ahead of time, and breakfast is no exception. First up, it's my classic cinnamon buns. Calvin loves these cinnamon buns because, well, who doesn't love cinnamon buns? I think he realizes that it's a special treat that we don't get every morning. I mean, it's something besides cereal or oatmeal or something healthy. These are kind of a dessert for breakfast, and they're totally worth it. For this recipe, you'll need warm milk, yeast, sugar, eggs, melted butter, flour, cinnamon, and salt. And for the best part, the homemade icing, you'll need cream cheese, butter, powdered sugar, and vanilla.
You've never made this recipe before, but I'm positive when you test it, you are going to love it. Okay, first things first, we have to warm up the milk because the milk just came out of the fridge and it's really cold. Now, can you pour this into here? Let me move it a little closer.
Sorry, I can't reach that far.
Right. We'll pour it in there. So instead of using regular yeast, we're gonna use instant yeast. So we don't have to wait like, 9 months for it to rise, okay? Careful, this is melted butter. Okay, sprinkle in the sugar. A little salt. All right, so now we need an egg and a yolk from an egg. Okay.
That's a pop.
So now let's pop this off. I'm gonna sprinkle in some flour, okay? Is it getting harder and harder?
Yeah. What's that for?
This is, remember how you just said the dough is getting hard to work with?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna let this dough hook do all the work. So when we leave this here for an hour, the dough is gonna rise and fill up the whole bowl. It's gonna grow.
With this top, what do we do with that?
It just helps keep the dough nice and warm. I'll see you back here in an hour. Do you want to see what it looks like? Okay, here's the big reveal.
That is huge.
Huge, right?
That's way bigger than the baby. Hot?
What do you think, Ollie? Are we doing a good job?
What is that? Oh, what do we do?
Whoa, it's nice and warm, right? Good job. Hold this nice and tight. Soft. Awesome. I see you, Ollie. Don't they look so pretty?
Mm-hmm.
I'm expecting these will be delicious. All right, let's wait 45 minutes and then we'll put them in the oven. Pull this off, big reveal. Oh, baby, these look delicious. Okay, let's make the frosting.
Actually so yummy.
Actually so yummy. Should we check out this bun in the oven?
Yeah.
Ooh, baby. Spread this all over. Can we share it?
Why?
Because it's huge. Mmm. Oh, that is good.
Before we get to the next recipe, let's answer a viewer question from Instagram. How did you teach Cal how to crack eggs? That's a very good question. I would say a lot of patience.
Okay.
That first egg that your child cracks is going to squish in his hands or her hands and get all over the place. So I recommend always cracking one egg into a little bowl off to the side. Don't do it right over the main mixture because you're going to need to pick out a lot of those shells. Teach them to just make a little crack and then they'll stick their fingers in the hole.
Get your thumbs and then pull it apart. Okay.
Just get to that point. You're still gonna have a lot of shells, but eventually they'll be able to stick their finger in the hole and peel it open like that. And eventually they sort of just understand how the whole shell thing works. But patience, you're gonna need a lot of patience and a lot of extra bowls.
Good crack. Nice, buddy. You are getting so good at this.
Okay, let's answer another question from Instagram. How old was Cal when you started cooking with him? I think Calvin was almost 2 because I remember one of the first things I started cooking with him were holiday cookies. So his birthday is in the middle of December, so it was leading up to Christmas time. And I put this awesome stool right next to me that got him, almost as tall as I was. And he just watched me bake these and I let him do whatever I thought he can do. And I let him make a mess. That's what kids are going to do at first. They're going to make such a mess. Flour is going to get everywhere. Eggshells are going to get everywhere. But I mean, you can clean up a mess and it's fun. And the more they do it, the better they get and the cleaner they'll be. And when they're nice and young, they like to help clean up too. So that's always good to put them to work. When we come back, Bake Ahead Brunch continues with my blueberry buckle. It's my fancy way of adding a fruity twist to a classic crumb cake.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back with more Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal, and today is all about the simple ways Calvin and I take brunch to the next level. Next up, it's another of my favorite breakfast treats. We call it blueberry buckle. I, to be honest, have no idea what a blueberry buckle is. It came from my husband's family, and he always said his grandmother made the best blueberry buckle. When I saw it, I'm like, oh, it's just like a coffee cake with blueberries. I can make that. And I didn't know what else to call it, so I just kept calling it blueberry buckle. Must be a New England thing. For the cake, you'll need flour, cornstarch, salt, ginger powder, baking powder, egg, vanilla, sugar, blueberries, of course. And for the crumble topping, you'll need cinnamon, salt, brown sugar, and butter. Are you ready to help? I normally make this recipe with cake flour. It's a little bit lighter and it makes it a little more fluffier. You can't always find cake flour, or sometimes you just don't have it. So I'm going to show you a trick using all-purpose flour and cornstarch. The trick is to make cake flour out of all-purpose flour. You take a cup of flour, remove 2 tablespoons of that flour, and then add in 2 tablespoons of cornstarch. So we just made cake flour. Cool, huh? We need 1 teaspoon of baking powder, half a teaspoon of salt, okay, and we need a half a teaspoon of ginger. Okay, while you do that, I'm going to put the butter in here.
I'm ready.
Okay, ready? Count with me. We need 3 of these. Awesome!
Yummy. Smell it. I knew when I could eat it.
Oh, I'll tell you when you can. Okay, can you pour this egg in there?
Smells good.
Awesome.
I'm gonna mix it.
I love the smell of vanilla.
Yum.
So good. Oh, thanks, baby. Get this one over here. Just to like the 4. Nice. Okay.
Tell me what can I taste it?
Okay.
Can I taste it?
Not yet.
Why?
Okay, we're gonna put in 3 cups of blueberries.
Can I taste it?
3 generous cups of blueberries.
That's a lot of blueberries.
It looks like a lot of blueberries, but they are just gonna cook down, make the whole cake purple.
It's gonna be so juicy. So now the best part, the topping. You wanna help? Okay, so we need a teaspoon cinnamon, some salt.
It's gonna take a very long time.
Half a cup of brown sugar.
Yummy.
Yummy. Packed brown sugar.
Yeah. What's that? Is that the topping?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the best part?
I think it might be. Yummy. Stand back.
Is it ready?
Let's find out.
Yeah! Yeah. It's ready. That makes me happy.
Let's get to some of the questions you had for me on Instagram when I posted this recipe. Amanda asked, can this be made with frozen blueberries? And to be honest, I've actually never made it with frozen blueberries. I tend not to like frozen blueberries all that much. I feel like they don't have as much flavor. They tend to be kind of watery and small. So I think this is really something I eat seasonally. I don't really cook it throughout the year, and it's really just that height of blueberry season when you get those big, juicy blueberries. I just find it tastes so yummy. And Pammy asked, can you use other fruit? I'm sure you can. I'm not a big experimenter. Once I try something for the first time, I kind of just stick with it, and I know this is my blueberry buckle recipe, or this is my apple crisp recipe. And I never try to work in other fruit, but I bet it would taste delicious with strawberries. I bet peaches would kind of taste really good in there. So you'll have to try it for me and let me know what you think. For these recipes and more Cooking with Cal, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
Let's see how fast I could cut these.
No, that's terrible.
I'm Bella James, and this is Kids in the Kitchen. My name is Isabella, and I'm in 2nd grade, and I'm 7 years old. When I first started to cook, I was 4 years old, and the first thing I ever made was scrambled eggs. My mom taught me how to cook. Some of my favorite Jamaican dishes that I make with my mom are cow foot, brown stewed chicken, curry goat, curry chicken. Cow foot is a Jamaican dish that my mom makes that I absolutely love. I think Grammy Pearl used to make cow foot. My great-great-grandma had a restaurant in Jamaica. Everyone in my family loves to cook, so that's why I like to cook for everyone in my family. I have my own lemonade business, and it's called Sunshine Lemonade. Some of the things I like to do are to play Roblox with my friends, playing outside in the treehouse with my sister. Well, anything to get out to have fun, really. I'm also a Girl Scout, and I love to ride my bike. Today I'm so excited because today we will be making my upside down pineapple cake and my sunshine lemonade. What I love most about it is it's not too sugary, and we also put applesauce instead of eggs for people who are vegan. This is what you need to get started. Some cooking spray, some coconut oil, brown sugar, pineapple slices, and maraschino cherries. I think maraschino cherries is a funny name. I think it might be French. You're going to need a 9-inch pan, some parchment paper. Then you're going to put it at the bottom of the pan. Now you want to spray the sides with some cooking spray. Now, what you are going to want to do is you're going to get your coconut oil, pour it at the bottom, but make sure it is melted coconut oil so the cake can come out nice and moist. Now we are going to get our brown sugar, pinch and sprinkle the coconut oil and the sugar. It's going to make a nice caramel taste when it's done. Yep, you have to use the whole thing. I want something really sweet today. We want something really sweet today. No more vegetables. No more vegetables. Today we deserve a treat. Now you are going to want to grab the pineapple, put it in the center, and I'm going to make a flower design. And then, now I'm going to put another pineapple right there, pineapple right there, whew, okay, and then I'm going to put it right there, and it's cherry time. Okay, 1 cherry, 2 cherry, 3 cherry, 4 cherry, 5 cherry, 6 cherry, 7 cherries more. The reason why we put the pineapples and cherries on the bottom is because the bottom is the top. So when you flip it, it looks like a cake. And now we are going to make the cake batter. Put that right there. Cake batter time. Now we are going to preheat the oven to 350 degrees. Now I've set up all my cake batter ingredients. Now we are going to start with all our dry ingredients and then mix them together. First, we are going to start with our baking powder. You have to make sure all that gets in there. Hey, you're hiding from my aren't you? Now, the salt. Maybe I'll take some. That's better. Now, our favorite part, the shredded coconut. It's time for our sugar. Let's mix it well so it can combine. Now we're gonna mix up our wet ingredients. Okay, first we are going to start with some coconut oil. This might look very weird, but I promise you it's gonna look better when it's cooked. Let's open the vanilla. Okay, got it. Make sure it's 1 tablespoon. This should be good. Okay. Oh no, cut. Okay, we'll put some more back in there. Okay. Vanilla goes in there. It's not that big of a deal. It's just gonna be a little bit of vanilla. It's okay. It's okay. Who doesn't like some vanilla? Okay. Now it's time for the pineapple juice. Oh my goodness, this is very chunky coconut milk. Last but not least, our apple cider vinegar. Now, mix well to combine. The coconut oil and the applesauce are going to make the cake nice and moist. Now it's time to mix the wet ingredients with the dry ingredients. Let's grab our handy dandy whiskety. Oh my, this is very thick. Oh my. Now it's time to put the cake batter in the cake pan. This is kind of having a sad part, but now we have to put it in the oven and it takes a whole entire hour. So I think I'm gonna have to call over Mom. Mom, can you help me? So the cake is in the oven and it's gonna take an hour. So in the meanwhile, how about we work on my spicy Jamaican lemonade?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This cake goes great with my spicy Jamaican sunshine lemonade. Let me go grab the ingredients and let me show you how to make it. I need 8 lemons. 1, 2, 3. Oops. Okay. Okay, this is just getting ridiculous. So what you're going to need is lemons, fresh turmeric, fresh ginger root, some brown sugar, and molasses, and water too. So let's start peeling. I like to use a spoon to peel turmeric and ginger sometimes. It's really easy. More mess, I demand more mess. Turmeric can stain your hands, so sometimes you might want to use gloves so you don't get a stain. Now, let's start peeling some ginger. You could also use ground turmeric and ginger. I like using fresh spices because it gives a better flavor. Now I have to slice these, but it's a little hard for me. So, Mom! Here's the next piece. And you're done. Okay, thanks. Now I'm gonna add some water to the ginger and the turmeric and put it to a boil. Now let's start cutting up these lemons. You want to be really careful to make sure you don't cut where your fingers are because we're not cutting off fingers today, okay? Okay, well we're gonna get the lemon squeezer. Thank you. I love this machine because it has little holes in it so the seeds won't go through. And Bella squeezes lemon, she don't play. So the ginger and turmeric looks so good, it smells amazing in here. But now it's time to remove it from the stove. Okay, now I'm gonna add sugar, the molasses, and the lemon juice. But I wanna do it while it's hot so then it can all dissolve and come together. So first let's start with some sugar. I don't want to splash it. How about we use a spoon? That'll make life more easy right now. Do you see how satisfying that is? Now it's time for the molasses. It's so sticky. One time I tried it. It tastes a lot like honey, so I kind of liked it. Time for the lemon juice. We're going to let it cool for a bit. Put that right on top of there. This is my most favorite lemonade ever. It looks delicious. Right there. Oh my God. Ooh. This right here could make us some money. You know what goes great with lemonade? My cake. I think it's finally ready. Let's flip it. Now you have to let it sit for 15 minutes. It's gonna be the longest 15 minutes of my life. Flip it. Oop. Oh my goodness, that's exactly what we want. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Oh, wow. It looks so good. This I will eat in one bite. Now that my cake and my lemonade are ready, I'm so excited to share this with my favorite person, my mom. Thank you. I know, it looks so good.
How it tastes.
Okay.
It's super moist.
Where'd it go?
Thank you.
Cheers.
Delicious.
Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I loved you guys being in my kitchen with me today. Hopefully you can make this recipe too. See you later. Bye.
Good morning. Terror in Buffalo. Chilling new details emerge from the investigation into that hate-fueled supermarket shooting rampage.
It appears that, he had hatred in his heart long before he traveled to Buffalo.